Learn how to use Godot to build a 3D RPG game. In this series, Omar from Coding Quest will guide you through 4 main components: creating the player, designing the AI skeleton monster, building the GUI with a profile and inventory system, and adding stunning VFX to enhance your game. By the end of this course, you'll have the skills to create a dynamic and engaging 3D RPG game with Godot, complete with advanced features and interactive elements.
Before skipping me, just hold on real quick, as I'm going to give you a quick overview of this course and what you'll get out of it. My name is Omar, and I run the channel Coding Quest, and if you guys enjoy this free course, definitely check out my channel as well as my site, as I'll also have this course up for free on there in a more comfortable format. Now, the first thing that we're going to do in this course is understand that this course is split up into 4 sections. The first section is going to be focusing on the player specifically. So the player will be able to have several different features like moving, animating, attacking, stuff like that. The next section will have a monster, which will be a relatively simple AI that will just have some different state machines. So it'll be able to go from idle to run to attack, etc. So it'll be able to detect all those different things in this course. After the monster, we'll be going into the GUI, which will involve an inventory system with an equipment system with it, a profile system to just represent and show our stats, and finally a shop. So this will allow us to buy items and stuff like that. The last section of this course will have VFX. This will I'll kind of introduce you to what it is, how we do this with a very simple fire effect. Then we're going to have a guest instructor who's going to come in, and he's much more talented than I am with the shaders and particle effects inside of Godot. He's going to kind of walk you through a lot of that stuff. Lastly, as I mentioned, shortly mentioned before, if you guys don't prefer the YouTube format with one super long video, I have this course up, split up more comfortably on my site at KwintenH.com. So go check it out. But without further ado, good luck with this course, and I hope to see you all at the end. All right, welcome everyone to our beginning part of this RPG course. Now, in order to get started, I'm going to assume that you have downloaded the starter project files. Now, do keep in mind that if yours is zipped, meaning it is a zip file, and it ends with .zip, you need to unzip it. So here I have the unzipped version, and now we can click the Godot engine and open it up. Here you will see the project manager. Now there is something to note. At the moment of this recording, the stable version is on 4.2. In fact, I can open it up and you will see the version is 4.22. Now, the version I'm going to be using is 4.3, as this is kind of in beta or in dev. At the moment, it is still not buggy per se, but it is just not stable yet. But I'm going to be recording this, and hopefully by the time you're watching this and following along, it will be in 4.3 stable. However, just to basically note this, if you are using a different version, if you double click the project, you will see that it wants to upgrade it, and it will do this automatically, and it's very good at it. It will upgrade whatever it needs to, and it just does it all on its own. Now, all I need to do to actually get started is I'm going to take my file here, the 3D Action RPG Starter Project files, and drag it into my project manager. Now I will find it by finding the name of it, 3D Action RPG, and if I double click it, whether you need to convert it or not, you just open it, and it might re-import some assets if it needs to. It will do whatever it needs to do to get started. So hopefully by the time it's done importing and whatever, you see something like this. You see no scenes, you see a bunch of asset packs here, you see a bunch of folders, and let's just take a look at what we have first. So we have a few asset packs that essentially here we have some 2D pixel art. We have the K-Kit Adventure, which we'll be using for a character. We have the K-Kit Dungeon Remastered, which is going to be for a dungeon. We have the Skeleton, which will be for our monsters. And we have this SFX, which will be for our sound. We also have the VFX. These will be made outside of kind of the engine and course, but we'll have an introductory instructor kind of come in and, do these on our own. But here I have them just already finished, as I'll be showing you how to actually implement them into our game later. We also have our default resource here, or our theme, And if I click it, you will see it already kind of filled in, but I will show you how to do this from scratch. Now, kind of following that, if I go to my 2D scene on the top, you will see the UI that I'm using. So this is the UI template. We're going to use some of these panels. We're going to use some of these for armor, stuff like that. So this was something that we're going to use for a little later. And then lastly, of course, we have our font. This is going to be our font, our custom font inside of the engine. And that is already in the default function as font as well. You can see here that I've already loaded it in. All right, so this is our starter project. And now from here, let's get started and create our grid map. So we want to actually get started by going to the 3D part, and we'll get started in here in just a second. Okay, so let's get started with our grid map. Now, our grid map is essentially our world builder. It's our environment scene level. To do this, what we'll do is first we'll create 2 new folders. We'll create a new folder called Scenes, and we'll create one more folder called Scripts. This is just to organize all our scenes and scripts and things into these 3 main folders. Now, one cool feature inside of Godot is if I right-click one of these, I can set the color folder. Now, of course, you can kind of set it to whatever you'd like. I'll just set it to random colors. I'm not too picky about the colors, so just kind of set them in order like this. Now, in the Scenes folder, I'm going to create a new folder called Levels, and this is where you can create more than one level. And anything level related, I'll put it in here. So first, let's create our level. So let's hit Node 3D as our base scene. I will save this in my Scenes folder, my Levels. I'm going to rename it right here. I will rename this to Level 1 and hit Save. And this will be our main scene at the moment. If I hit play, I can select current, and you will see our game has launched. This is our first game. Congratulations. Now let's rename this to Level 1 on the top left. And now I want to add something called a grid map. This is going to be where I can actually put tiles down in a 3D environment. Now you can see that I can put stuff, but there's nothing to put. In order to put things in our game, we need a mesh library. However, in order to create a mesh library, I can't just create one like this. I can't just click into this and do that. This is something that you would do in a 2D scene, or could do, but in 3D, unfortunately, it's not that easy. But don't worry, it's still pretty easy, just done a different way. Now to do this, we will create a new scene here, a 3D scene. We'll rename this to Mesh Library. I'll Control S to save this. I'll put it in this level scene. Now what I'll do is I want to find a floor on our dungeon assets here. So if I search up floor, you will find some floors. Now do feel free to, pick whatever you'd like. I'm going to pick the floor tile large. So I'm going to pick this guy. And if I just drag it here and I turn on the pixel snap, or the snap here, it will snap to the next pixel. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reset the transform to 0, 0. And now I can snap it kind of nicely to this corner right here. Now, don't worry, it doesn't look beautiful, and there is a reason for that, but we'll get to that later. At the moment, all we need to do is hit Make Local. I will drag this mesh out of that thing. I will delete this guy. And now what I want to do is I want to click the mesh, make sure the mesh is selected. I'm going to go to Mesh right here. I'm going to create a collision shape. And here we have a few options, but I'm just going to leave it as it is. And I will create. And now you see here that I've created a collision shape. Now in my floor tile, you want to make sure that it is the body, where we have a static body 3D and then a collision shape. Now make sure it's in this order, like so. And now if we zoom in here, you can actually kind of see that blue outline. That is the collision shape of our tiles. Now, it's kind of hard to test this right now because we don't have a player yet, but just trust me, this will add collision for our game. Now, if you're using Godot 4.2, it is a similar process, but I think it just has fewer options essentially, and you will see something similar to this. So if you're also using like 4.4 or whatever in the future, it should relatively be the same. If it's not, search it up for that respective version. So if you're on 4.4 or whatever version in the future, just search it up on YouTube. You might find a short 1 to 2 minute video explaining how to do that. In fact, I might actually update this in the future as well. So, okay, now what we want to do is we want to repeat that process for one more of these. So I'm going to do this for this guy. I will add well, I actually want to make this local first. We'll drag this out. I'm going to delete this node, and I'm going to do the same thing, add a static body, click the mesh, click create collision shape and create, and just drag that in. And now you can see it's a little more accurate, but yeah, that's about it. And now all we want to do is we want to do 2 more things. I'm going to add a wall. Now, if you're wondering how to kind of navigate our 3D scene here, all I need to do is hold shift and middle click, and I can kind of drag my scene a little bit, or my camera, to the right or left. Now, one other thing we'll add is a wall arched. I'll drag this out. I want this guy. I want a wall doorway. This is going to represent our door, kind of. And then I want a wall corner. There we go. And here you can see that it's just going to represent a corner. Now the last thing we'll have is a stairs. This will be called stairs walled. Here we go. And if I drag this out, you will see it just has stairs, or it is stairs. Okay, so now we'll repeat the same process for each of these. Now a cool trick is if I select all of these and I right click, and there should be a make local unless they took that out. It seems like they took it out, so we'll have to do it one by one. That's okay. So we'll make this local for each of these. And again, a cool trick is we'll control and select all the meshes, and I'll simply drag them out of this. And now I can just delete all of these. Again, I'll do the same thing. Now I have all these meshes I want to essentially add. Now for each of these, I will just create a collision shape. And you can see it's creating a pretty accurate collision shape for each of these. Now, we'll actually skip the stairwell, and I'm going to delete the doorway door. So here, I don't want a door. I'm just going to delete that. Now for each of these, I'm going to just drag in the collision shape. But again, I need a static body 3D for each of these to make sure we essentially add a static body 3D for each of these meshes. And drag in the collision shape for that corresponding mesh or static body. Now, you might kind of imagine an issue here. For this stairs don't exactly collide well with our player, and you'll see why later when we add our player. But for now, what we'll do is we will actually add a static body 3D. I will add my own collision shape by searching up collision shape, and I'm going to give it a shape of a box. Here we go. And now I'm going to kind of just drag this box out, and what I'll do is I'll rotate it and basically extend it to be the size of the stairwell. And I'm going to turn off the snap so I can make this a little more accurate here. And I'm going to just drag this up a tiny bit until I kind of see it pop out. Now I want to rotate it just slightly downwards like this. And I'm going to just try to basically match it up with the stairs as much as I possibly can. And this will allow us to basically smoothly run on the stairs. All right, so that looks kind of okay. I'll just shorten this slightly so it doesn't pop out of the top there. And now we'll save. And finally, we can go to our scene on the top left. We can export as mesh library. We can go into our scenes, levels, all this library, hit save. And now if we head over to our level 1, I will find the asset that I just found or just made by going into our levels. And now here we have a mesh library. I can drag this in, and now you can see that I have all my libraries or all my floors. Now what I can do here is I can hold shift, drag, and then control F. This will allow me to fill in my scene very quickly and very nicely. Now if I hit play, nothing will happen or I won't see anything, and that is for a very good reason. That is because I do not have a camera 3D. In order to make our 3D scene work, I need a camera 3D inside of a 3D scene in order for it to play, and so I can see our 3D environment. Now, this does not look very well or very good. In fact, it looks horrible. In fact, we can't even see the outline of our tiles. So, in the next part, we will look at adding our environment and seeing how we can add some light and world environment and stuff like that. All right, so I'll see you in the next part. All right, now that we have our scene here, I want to add some world environments and stuff. Now, let's take a look at what that even is. If we add a new node here to our level 1, I'm going to add a world environment, and immediately you can see, man, it looks so much better. And if I hit play, you will see no difference. Now, why is that? Well, we need to actually add an environment. We need to add a new environment here. When we do, we will go into this environment, and we can start fiddling with its things here. Now, let's take a look at a kind of short intro to what we can actually do here. The first thing is the background. Now, the background here, this is where we can actually decide if we want a dungeon or a overworld, kind of a sky-based thing. Let's take a look at the sky first. So let's add a sky, add a new sky. Over here, we'll go to procedural sky material. And yeah, that's kind of it. In here, you can, of course, adjust the colors, but we're not going to do that. We're going to hit play. And now we can see a much nicer scene. We can even see the tiles properly. You know, you can see the actual stuff of it. Now what we'll do is I'll add something called a directional light. This allows me to add light that is directional, and you can see by default it is pointing this way, to my right, I suppose, or the negative Z index. Now here I can point it downwards, and if I hit play, you will see now our scene is just more has more light. Now we're going to be making a dungeon, so obviously we're not going to use any of this. So let's reset all this. As instead of mode, or in our mode, instead of color, or sky, sorry, we're going to use a custom color. Now in here, when I click the custom color, this is where it's kind of up to you. Be a little creative on this, as I'm going to adjust the color to 100, 100, and 100. This will give my world kind of a grayed out effect, and when I hit play, it looks a little dark, but it's not completely black. So if I were to reset the color here, play again, you'll see it's completely black, which of course you probably don't want. So it's kind of up to you. You know, be a little creative on the coloring, if you are creative, I suppose. But I'm going to just do 100, 100, 100. And now I'm going to head over to the fog and volumetric fog. Now I'm going to just enable both of these. Now, in order to play around with this, I would kind of just suggest, you know, play around with some of these one by one and change the values and see what happens. That is essentially the idea of this. Change some of the light energy values, you know, change the density, etc., and see what your scene looks like. For me, what I'm going to do is in my volumetric fog, I'm going to change the density to 0.02 and leave the rest as it is. For the fog, I'm going to change the density to 0.002, the light energy to 0.1, and that's it. Now if I hit play, we get kind of a similar effect to what I have for my original kind of game. All right, so we're actually not going to enable glow. Just leave it off for now, as we might actually come back to it once we add more light and stuff to our world and scenes and stuff. Okay, so now that we have our world scene set up here, we want to actually start with our player. So our player will be our next part, and I will see you all in the next part where we actually get started with our player scene, adding our player and, you know, making it work. So see you in the next part. All right, so to get started here, what we're going to do is create a new scene by adding a new scene here. We will add a new node called character body 3D. I'm going to add a collision shape. And what we're going to do now is add our character. To add our character, or the character that we'll add, is inside of the assets folder in our K adventures. We'll find the FBX that we want. And here, if we find just one of these guys, sorry, not the assets, the characters, here we go. we'll find these characters. We will use a barbarian, or no, sorry, we'll use a knight as our base. So now we can drag our knight here. Here we go. I will make this local. And now I can reset the knight, the position to 0, 0, right there. Now the collision shape, I'm going to give it a collision shape of a capsule and just move this up to be around the same size as my player. I can make it a little smaller and just make it at the base of its feet. All right, so there we go. There's our capsule for our player. Now we'll save this as player, all lowercase maybe, and I'll go up into my scenes folder, create a new folder called player, hit play and save, and here we go. Now in here, we'll rename our player to player. I will now attach a script with the template character body 3D. I will move this script into my scripts folder, adding a new character script here called player. Open, create, and now we have our script. Now we'll just hit play. Actually, before we hit play, let's add our player to our scene here. So let's add our player like so. It might kind of lag out, or it might just move it. Now that happens, so I'll move it back into the player scene or player files. Sometimes that happens and it's kind of annoying, but that's okay. It's just because the project files are lagging. So I might have to hold and drag it until I see the actual image there. There we go. So now I'll add my character body as a child of the level 1. I'll rename this to player, hit save, and now I'll hit play. And when I hit play, you will see my character body. And in fact, you can even start moving with your joystick or with your keyboard. Now, obviously, though, you might notice that this doesn't actually really work the way we might want it to. The arrow keys might not be the same way we actually need it to. Now, that is because our camera is not attached to our player, and we don't have direction-based movement, well, based on where our camera is looking. So let's take a look at how we can do that inside of our player next. So first, to get this started, though, let's just close the mesh library. And now I will actually get into my player and we'll take a look at how we can do this inside of our player. All right, to get started with our player and camera control and movement and stuff, what we're going to do is we'll set up the camera first, and then we'll take a look at the script because we added a script, but we don't know what any of it does yet. So first what we'll do is I'm going to add a node 3D. I'm going to add a new node called Spring Arm 3D. I'll add one more node inside of the spring arm called Camera 3D. Oops, that's not Camera 3D. Add a new node one more time, Camera 3D. And this guy, I'm going to actually add one more node 3D and put all of this inside of that one. Now this one, I'm going to rename it to root. This next one, I will rename it to H, and this one to V. This essentially represents my horizontal movement, and this represents my vertical movement. And then this will be my actual camera, right? Okay, let's take a look, though, at what I want this setup to look like. For the spring arm, I'm going to take this and set it to -5. Now, you can change the length later, but at the moment, I'm just going to leave this as 5. Now, this is the actual length away from the camera. So the player, you'll kind of see it, will be away 5 pixels or meters away from the camera. Now the camera itself, I'm going to rotate it in the transform on the y-axis to 180 and on the x to -10. This will just make it point downwards ever so slightly. Next, in my root, in my V right here, we can now move this guy up a little bit, kind of up to you. I'm going to move it up to 2.9. This will be above my player's head. All right, now lastly, we'll go back to our script. And just a kind of tip here, and this is what I will be doing for this series, of course, I'm going to be making my float, or my script float. This will make it come out of my actual scene, or out of Godot, and into its own window. This allows me to just show the code a little nicer, and you can actually see everything without it being all crumpled up. So I can zoom in and it might look a little nicer for you. Of but of course, you feel free to do whatever you'd like. All right, now in the code here, we can see that we have a speed, a jump velocity as our two variables. Now, if you're using another version, you might have gravity. In fact, in Godot 4.2, there was another one called variable gravity. That might be what you'd be using. Now, don't worry, yours might look slightly different, but it's still the same. The general idea here is first we're going to add gravity, and we do that by adding the velocity on the y-axis. And here, the gravity will add it to the y-axis times delta. Here, we'll jump, the same idea. So here we jump by clicking the UI accept, which is actually spacebar or enter by default inside of Godot. We'll also use a function called isOnFloor to make sure we're actually on the floor, and then we jump. Now here, the jump velocity is actually positive, and the reason is because the positive is upwards, not the other way around. Now, here, we will get the input direction by getting vector between these 4 keys. So it will give us an input direction based on what I click with these 4 keys. Next, it will give us our direction with the transform.basis and multiply it by the direction x and direction y. Now, the reason we don't do the z is because we don't need that, right? We just need x and y for the kind of top-down movement, if that makes sense. Now we'll normalize it. This will kind of just essentially round our number to a nice number, so it's not completely weird every time I click. And then we'll check to see if direction is valid. If it is, this means I'm moving. And if I am moving, then I want to actually move. I move by multiplying my velocity, or making my velocity.x equal to direction.x times speed, which up here is 5.0. Now here, this is essentially the same as setting my velocity to 0. But here it's just using a function called move towards. It's just basically taking our current velocity and moving it to 0 over the times of speed. So don't worry too much about it. It's pretty much the same as doing this. Now lastly, we'll have a move and slide function. This will allow us to actually move and slide, or move our player. So this allows us to actually utilize velocity. Now I do have a video on my channel explaining transform and basis and how general things inside of a 3D environment work, at least in the simplistic manner. So if you're curious about how the basis and transform works in terms of our player, do check out that video on my channel. It is on Coding Quest. Again, that's more. So lastly, let's close our script here, as I want to set up my camera. Now, in order to do this, I'm going to create a new script here by going to Scripts, Player, and I'll actually add it through the cam root here. We'll add a new script by going to the top left, by adding a new script. I'll call this camera controller. I'll add this script to my player scene for scripts here. Open, create, and here we go. Here's our script. Now in this script, what I want to do is I'm going to delete all this and add some new variables. The first variable will be camRoot. H, this is going to be an integer. This will be equal to 0. We'll do the same thing, but for the v, we'll say camRoot v, and we'll say int equals 0. Next, we want to get have a maximum and a minimum for both of these, specifically for the v. So what we'll do is I'm going to use something called export variable v root, and this will be an integer, and we'll make it equal to 75 by default. Now I'm going to duplicate this, but I'm going to actually change this to be max and this to be min. So the minimum value, I want it to be negative 55, at least for me, and the max I want it to be 75. Now you'll see what this kind of looks like in code when I actually start using it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make 2 more variables for sensitivity to kind of adjust our sensitivity based on this variable. I'll make one for sensitivity. Maybe I'll just copy this number right here, or this word. Sensitivity, this will be a float, and I'll make this equal to 0.1. Let me just copy paste this, and we're going to change this to v. One last thing we'll do is we will add a acceleration, a variable h acceleration. This will be a float as well, but we'll make it equal to 10.0. Copy this one more time, but this one will be for the v. All right, so now let's take a look at the actual logic of our code. So the first thing we'll do is we'll create a function called input. This will allow us to get a event input that essentially has things in it. Now, what are these things? Well, if I print event and I close this and hit my play button, we'll actually have to adjust something in a second. But if I start moving my mouse around, you'll see it says input event mouse motion. If I click, you will see right above here, it says event mouse button. This means I clicked, right? So this allows me to check to see if there's any sort of input with my mouse. Now, what I need to do here, just to make sure we set this up, I need to delete my old camera 3D in my level 1. So now that this guy can actually take over and enable in this camera, as this is the camera I want to look out of when I play. Let's open up our script here again. And now let's take a look at what I can do to actually make this camera work. What I can do is I can say if event is input event mouse motion, then I want to actually do something. What do I want to do? Well, I want to change my cam root H and add the event, the negative event, dot relative dot x multiplied by the H sensitivity. Now I'll do the same thing, but for the V. Oops. Copy paste this. I'll change this to V. I'm going to remove the negative here. This will be dot Y, and this, of course, will be V sensitivity. This will allow us, of course, these aren't the same number, but this will allow us to, adjust the movement based on the sensitivity. All right, now this won't actually do anything, so let's make these numbers do something. So we'll add a physics process function. What we'll do here is we'll say camRoot V is equal to clamp, which is a math function. We're going to clamp this from camRoot V to degree to radiance of our cam V min to, outside of that, to degree to radiance one more time, but this time we'll do the cam V max. All right, so will essentially clamp our V root between negative 55 degrees and 75 degrees. You'll see what this looks like in just a second when we actually make this work. So what we need to do to make this work is get node H, and this will be our horizontal. So we'll take the rotation of our Y, and we'll make it equal to lerp F, the lerp float, from its float. So the float that we want it to rotate is going to be its current rotation. So what I'll do is I'll copy this right here. So I want to get its current rotation and then rotate it to camRoot H. There we go. Over a time of delta times H acceleration. I think I spelled delta wrong there. So delta. There we go. All right. Now that that's right. Now what I want to do is I want to actually copy paste this. And now I'll do the same thing for the V. But obviously the rotation for this will be on the x-axis, because if I'm rotating the vertical, I want to be doing the x-axis. All right, so here I'm going to do the same thing. So instead of the H rotation, I want the V rotation. Of course, here I want the X rotation, and then here I want the V, and then the V acceleration. All right, so now when I hit play, let's just test this out. Sometimes it can be buggy. Let's see if I can now move. All right, so now you can see when I move around my mouse, not perfect, but it is working slightly. Okay, so let's take a look at what's going on, as this doesn't seem to be working out 100%. Let's read through our code here and see if it makes sense. First, we're adding to our H rotation in the negative event.relative.x times H sensitivity. Next, we're doing the same thing, but on the y-axis, which is right, times the V sensitivity. Okay, that looks right. Then we're taking our camRoot V, and we're going to clamp it between its current camRoot and between the minimum and the maximum. Okay, that looks right. Okay, now here we have the rotation.y. We're going to lerp it from its H dot rotation, so it's current rotation to camRoot H, right, by the speed of delta times acceleration. And then same thing here, but for the V, this should be V, that's right. And then get node V. Okay, so let's take a look at one more thing. So this all looks right, but maybe one more thing that we can do is we can make our input here dot set mouse mode to input dot, mouse mode captured. Here we go. We'll close this, and this should capture our mouse. So now when I move, it should allow us to move around smoothly, but it's not. I'll be right back and figure out why it's not letting us move. All right, so one small mistake I made actually is these two numbers are actually going to be floats, not integers. That is why we had that weird clunky sound. It is because it was trying to round our float number basically to a whole number, and now we have a nice smooth motion. There we go. So now we have nice camera rotation. Now on the next part, we're going to see how we can make our player move in its corresponding direction, because here you can see it's not exactly moving how we want it to, right? Moving in kind of this way, or I guess this way, as if it's looking this way, but we need it to move whenever I move my camera in the corresponding direction. So let's take a look at the next part to see how we can do that. All right, so to get started with our player, what we're going to do is head over to the script. I'm just going to stop the game here. And this may seem annoying, but what we're going to do is actually delete everything. We're going to start everything completely from scratch. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to start with all the variables that we'll be adding eventually. And hopefully some of these will make sense right now, and eventually some of them might not right now, but some eventually they will make sense as we actually start to use them. So let's just start with all the forces. So the first thing on the forces is we'll export a few variables. First, we'll export a variable called gravity. This will be a float equal to 9.8. Next, we'll export our jump force. This will be an integer equal to 9. We'll export a walk speed. This will be an int equal to 3. And lastly, we'll have a run speed, as eventually we want to create a shift hold, right, where we can actually go from walking to running. So this will be our speed that we actually run at. Now this will probably have to be greater than 3. So in my case, I'm going to do 10, which may seem like a lot, but you'll notice later that it doesn't actually impact it that much. So you'll kind of play around with the values yourself, hopefully. Next, we're going to create a few animation nodes. So these are going to be the animation node names. So what we'll do here is we'll say variable idle node name, which is a string, will be equal to idle. And what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to duplicate this a few times, and now I'll just change the name of these. This one will be walk, this one will be run, this one will be jump, this one will be attack 1, and this one will be death. Now for each of these, we'll say death, or we'll kind of give it the corresponding one. So walk here, this one will be run, this will be jump, and attack 1. Now you'll see what these kind of are for a little later, but essentially they just represent the name of the animation that we'll be playing for each corresponding node. All right, so next we'll create some variables, and these variables will be called for our state machine condition. State machine conditions. So what this will look like is attacking, and this will be a Boolean. We'll also have a variable. Well, let's just duplicate this for now. 4 times. We'll have another one called is walking. This will tell us if we're walking or not. We'll have another one for is running, and the last one for is dying. So each of these variables are going to be true or false variables that will essentially tell us if we're dying or not, if we're running or not, if we're walking or not, and if we're attacking or not. All right, so next up, what we'll do is we'll add some physics values. So this will be, the first one we'll have is direction, which will be a vector 3. Next, we'll have a horizontal velocity, This will be a vector3. Next, we'll have an aim turn, and this will be a float. This will allow us to aim for our turn. Next, we'll have a movement, something called movement, which will be a vector3. Next, we'll have vertical velocity, like so, and this will be a vector3. Next, we'll create a variable movement speed. This will be an int. And last, or not lastly, we have two more. We have an angular acceleration. This will be an int. And next, we'll have acceleration for actual movement, will also be an int. And lastly, we'll say variable. There we go, just hit. And this will be a Boolean. This is going to be for a little later in our series, but this will allow us to detect if I just got hit or not. So we'll kind of see what that's for much later, but don't worry too much about it just now. Next, I'm going to load or onReady load my cam root or my cam rotation into as a variable or as a node. And we'll do that by saying get node cam root h. So I want to get access to the horizontal rotation of my node, and I do that by saying get node rotation cam rot h, and this will allow me to just get access to the node much quicker. All right. Next, what I want to do is I want to add a ready function, and for now I'll just pass. Then I also want to add a physics process function. This will allow me to actually implement a lot of the physics process. Now in between this, I'm going to add an input event, and this will allow me to, well, input event, just as we did in our camera rotation controller. Now in here is where we'll actually rotate our aim turn. So here I'm going to say if event is input event mouse motion, then I'm going to change my aim turn to be equal to negative event dot relative dot x times 0.015. All right. Now after this, now we don't have this just yet, but we'll write it anyways. We're going to say if event is action pressed aim, then I'm going to take my direction and make it equal to my cam rotation dot global transformation or transform dot basis dot z. Now this is going to actually allow me to change my direction that my player is looking at. Now this aim that I have, that I don't have actually right now, is going to be a left click, or kind of whatever you want, to be honest. It might be control, so if you want to aim your player in a certain direction, whenever you hit this button, this is how you do it. So we'll add this a little later, but don't worry too much about it right now. But now we understand and see how we can kind of add this. Now, okay, in our physics process function, we want a few things. The first thing we'll add is a variable called onFloor. This is going to be a variable that just checks to see is on floor. So this will allow us to detect if we're on the floor or not, but using a variable instead. Next, what I'll do is I'll say if is not dying, then I want to actually do the logic that I would do if I were not dying. The first thing we'll do is we'll check to see, or sorry, not check, but I'm going to actually add gravity. So now what I can say is if not on floor, what I'll do here is I'm going to say vertical velocity plus equals vector 3 dot down times gravity times 2 times delta. And delta. So this will actually allow me to add our gravity. Now otherwise, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just copy this, and I'm going to make this equal to the down times gravity. Instead of all this, I'm just going to divide it by 10. And not multiply, but divide by 10. All right? Okay, so next what I want to do is I want to jump. To jump, similarly to what we had before, I can say if input dot is action just pressed. I'm going to create a new variable or a new input called jump, which we haven't added to our game yet, but don't worry, we'll add it soon. And we'll say and is not is attacking, because I don't want to jump while I'm attacking. I also want to be able to jump when I'm also, well, you probably guessed it, on floor. So we'll use that variable that I just created to check if I'm on the floor or not. Now, if I do, what I'll do is very similar to the vertical velocity. I can just take my vertical velocity and make it equal to vector 3 dot up, though, this time, times jump force. All right, so that is how I jump, similar to what I had before. Next up, I'm going to update my angular acceleration to 10. I'm going to update my movement speed to 0. And then I'm going to update my acceleration to 15. All right, next, what we want to do is actually add our rotation. So to do that, or a cam rotation, and apply it. To do that, what we'll do is we'll say hRotation is equal to camRotation.h. We'll get access to the node that we just created above. We'll get its global transformation, transform.basis, and then, .basis, and then we'll get Euler.y. Hopefully this doesn't error. There we go. All right, next, what I want to do is I want to say direction is equal to its current direction dot rotated to our vector up, vector 3 dot up, with the h rotation as its angle. Then we'll normalize this. This will essentially take its current direction, take its current rotation, and rotate it to the direction that I want it to be rotated to, which is the h rotation. Okay, so now that we have that, I want to actually get our direction, because this adjusts our direction based on the rotation of our camera. But what about the direction of our mouse, or not our mouse, but our keyboard? Well, this isn't too hard. What I can do is first I'll check to see if I'm actually pressing anything. Now to do that, it's not too hard. I can say if input is action pressed, I can say forward, or, now in order to do the or command, I can just do this, which is shift, and then the button right above your enter key. So if you hold shift and press that weird straight button above your enter key, that is how you do that. Now you can do or, but I just prefer this way. Next, what I'll do is I'm going to copy paste this right here. And now what I'm going to do, this might seem a little long, but I'm going to now copy paste this 2 more times. Because now what I want to do is I want to check to see if I'm moving forward, backwards. I want to check to see if I'm moving left. And you guessed it, the last one is going to be to check if I'm moving right. Now, if I'm doing any of these 3 actions, or 4 actions, sorry, then what I'll do is I'll say direction is equal to in vector 3. And then inside of this vector 3, we're going to do something called input.getActionStrength. This will allow me to essentially detect and get the action strength of a certain key. Now the key that I want here is going to be left for the X. But here I'll say left. Now what I want to do is I want to subtract, so I'm going to copy this. I want to subtract the right. So here I'm going to subtract the left to the right, and this will essentially allow me to see if I'm clicking left, I will get 1. If I'm clicking right, I will get -1. And that is what I want. Now here, for the z-axis, or sorry, for the y, I'll put 0. And then for the z-axis, I want to just copy this right here. Put this in the x, the z-axis. And then here, I'm going to put forward. And then for the last one, I'm going to put backward. And then lastly, I need this guy on this line, I believe. And now we should not error, unless I do, because I probably have a missing thing somewhere. Saying expected closing. That right here, we need to close this, I believe. Nope, that is not strange. Oh, right here, I need a comma, that's why. Okay, there we go. So make sure there's a comma after each line, except for the last one. Okay, so this allows me to take my direction based on input. So hopefully this kind of makes sense. And if I zoom out here, kind of get a full view of what the code should look like. Next, I'm going to make sure that this direction is only updated if I'm clicking something. All right? So now I have my direction being updated on its current direction and rotating based on where I'm moving. Now the question is, how do I actually move? Or how do I actually rotate? Now, the rotation that we're going to do is going to be rotation on the mesh, not the actual player. So on the very top of our script, we're going to go up here. We're going to say onReady, variable player mesh, and we're going to load our mesh. And we can do that by getting the knight. So the knight is going to be our player mesh. All right. Next, we'll head back to the bottom of our script here. And in here, outside of this if checking here, we're going to check and now see if the input is action pressed, aim. Then what we'll do is I'll say player mesh.rotation.y is equal to lerp angle to its current player mesh angle. So what we'll do is we'll get its current rotation.y, and we're going to rotate it to the cam rotation h. Cam rot h like that. And we want to get that rotation's y. So we do that by saying rotation.y. And lastly, we'll do this at a speed of delta times angular acceleration. And that's it. Next, we'll go down a little bit. Let me just go a few lines below. So next, what I want to add here is an else statement. And I'm going to actually copy this into this else statement. But here what I'm going to do is I'm going to change this guy to the atan to of its direction.x and direction.z. Then I'm going to subtract its rotation.y. So this is the same as saying self.rotation, okay? And then the speed is also going to be delta times acceleration. All right, this is how we do that. Now, of course, this isn't complete though, because now we still have a few other things. Now, the last parts we need are going to be right here, I believe, in this line. So here we'll say velocity.z is equal to horizontal velocity.z plus vertical velocity.z. And essentially, we want to duplicate this 3 times. We'll change this to y, change this to y, and change this, to x, x, and x. Now for the y, I'm going to change this to y and change this by deleting this and only having the vertical.y. Lastly, on the next line, we'll move and slide. This will allow us to actually use the velocity. Now, the question is, what about the horizontal velocity? Well, here I can say if is attacking, then what I want to do is I actually want to lerp my velocity, well, to 0. So I can do that by saying horizontal velocity is equal to horizontal velocity.lerp, and we'll lerp it to direction.normalized times 0.1. We'll do this at a speed of acceleration. Now I'll copy this. Now what if I'm not attacking, which at the moment, we're probably not going to be for a while? Well, I'm going to copy paste it in the else statement. But for this, I'm going to remove the 0.0, and instead I'll put movement speed. And then that's it. So now, let's give this a try and see what we get. Well, let's actually now import our functionalities here, because I've added a few things, but none of this actually does anything right now because, well, I haven't added it. So let's close this, go to our project settings. Our project settings here, we'll go to input map, and here is where I want to add or can add new function input mapping. Now in the add action, what I'll do is I'm going to add a new action called right, left, backward, forward, jump, attack, sprint, aim, and pause. These are all the inputs that we'll need eventually. Now for all of these, you can add whatever you'd like. For the right, I'm going to add B. Left, I'm going to add A. Backwards, I'm going to add S. And forward, I'm going to add A. So ASW, basically. Now for the jump, I'm going to add the spacebar. Attack, I'm going to add the left button, the left mouse button, and I can do that by going to Mouse Buttons, going up, and selecting the left mouse button. So that's for attack. Now for sprint, I want Shift. For aim, I want Control. For pause, I'm going to add Escape. Now I can close this, and now let's give it a try. Now most likely it probably won't work first try. That's okay. Okay, cool. So we got something wrong right away because I spelled basis wrong. So let's fix that right away and see what we get. All right, so we got a bunch of errors, but we do have something working. We do see that our mesh is working based on our rotation, which is nice. So we can see that some of these are actually working quite nicely. And the aim is working, so we now know that the aim is working. We just aren't moving properly. So let's take a look at what's happening, and I'll be right back. Okay, so one quick fix, I think, hopefully you probably realize this, is on line 62, I spelled forward wrong, but let's continue as we actually have a bit more to do, because what was happening and the reasoning this wasn't working is because the is walking and the is false, we need to now have a way of keeping track of what is true and what is false. So the first thing we'll do is when I'm not clicking anything here, I'm going to add an else statement. If I'm not moving forward, backwards, or whatever, I'm going to now say is, whoops, oh my gosh, is walking, that's not is walking is equal to false. I'll also say is running is also false. Now what I'm going to do is inside of the direction, I'm going to check to see if input dot is action pressed. Hopefully you can guess. I'm going to check to see if I'm sprinting. I'm also going to check to see if is walking is true. Now if it is, what I'll do is I'll say movement speed is equal to run speed. And then I'll say is running is equal to true. Next, I'll say else is walking is equal to true. And movement speed is equal to walk speed. There we go. Now the reason that we need this, mostly specifically this, is because here I had a movement speed of 0. So that's why. So now what I can do is if I hit close, when I test this, you will now see when I hit play, I can now move around, rotate my camera, and see that my player is moving. Now I can even hit control to aim my player as I'm moving, but obviously this still looks, it looks okay, but it's not perfect because, well, we need animation. We have a lot of swords and stuff as well. So let me actually, what we'll do is we'll go to the rig here, and I'm going to hide a few of these swords. So what I'll do is I'll just hide the bone. So we'll just minimize these. And you can, of course, hide whatever you'd like. I'm going to show or hide everything except for the two-handed sword. So this one, hide everything above it. And the shield, where's the shield? This guy right here, hide the shield. And there we go. So this is our two-handed sword. I'll keep this guy in my hand as I'm going to use that as my sword later. Okay, so now I actually have a nice re-equipped knight here. Okay. In the next part, we'll take a look at how we can start animating things. All right, so I'll see you in the next part. Okay, so in this next part, we're going to set up our animation. Now to get started, we need to start with our animation tree. So let's add a new node here called AnimationTree. We'll go to the tree root on the top right, and we will add a state machine. We'll assign the animation player right here by clicking it, and we can assign the animation player. We'll hit OK, and now what we can do is we can start adding some states. Now in our tree root here, we'll click this, and on the bottom you should see AnimationTree. Let's click into this as this is our actual state machine. Next, what we want to do is right-click and start adding things. Now we could add either the animation itself or a blend tree. Now let's add some animations and then we'll go for blend tree in the attack. So first we'll add a idle animation. And if you're wondering, you can just click the first letter. So for example, I will give you the idle. But now we'll add a blend tree, and we'll rename this to attack 1. This, we'll click into this, and now you can see a blend tree. Now the cool part about this, and the reason we might do this, is because now I can add an animation, and this would work similarly, and I can connect this, and it would output that animation. But the cool part is that I can right-click, go to time scale, and this will allow me to adjust the scale of the time depending on what I want. So if I want it to be 2 times as fast, I can click 2, and this will animate the attack that I want 2 times as fast. Now I'm going to find the 2-handed melee attack spinning and use that as my attack. We'll head back here, and I'm going to put my attack on the top. Just do it like this. Now I'm going to organize the rest of my nodes. I'm going to add a death animation, a walk animation, a run animation, so you can pick whichever one you'd like, and lastly a jump animation. We'll do the jump full long, do that one. Next, I will connect all of these with a transition. Now the first thing we'll do is connect start to idle. We'll connect idle to walk, walk to run to jump, and idle to jump back to walking, and walking back to jump. Now you might notice that all of these are automatic, and that's okay, because right now what we're going to do is we're going to add conditions for each of these. Now for each of these, so the first one that we can add, well actually first let's finish the transition. So here we can go from walking to death, running to death, and idle to death. We should also be able to go from idle to attack, and attack back to idle. Now let's take a look at what I meant by conditions. Okay, now in each of these transitions, let's take a look at our idle first, idle to jump. In this, you can see the switch and the advanced. The switch mode is on immediate. The mode is automatic. Now I do want it on automatic, however, I want a condition with this. And that condition is going to be called is in air. Now what I can do is start adding these conditions for whatever I want. So for example, the jump, we'll actually rename this to jump. From jump to walking, I want the advanced condition to be is on floor. From walking to jump, we're going to do the same thing as here. So I'm going to copy this, go into my advanced, and sometimes it doesn't actually copy, so I'm just going to be having type it in. Okay. And we'll just go from each of these transitions to jump will be is in air. From walking to running, the condition to go from walking to running will be is running. We'll say is running. Now, we also need a condition from running to walking and walking back to idle. Now, the condition from running to walking will be is not running. From idle to walking, the condition will be is walking. Now, from walking to idle, the condition will be is not walking. Is not walking. Now, the attack will be a little unique. So the this one, from going from attack to idle, we're actually going to switch it to at end, and that's it. We're not going to have a condition. We're just going to switch it. Actually, sorry, I lied. We're going to have a condition, but it's going to be is on floor, because I should only be able to transition if I'm on the floor. Now, from idle to attack, we're going to actually not have a condition for this one, and we're going to turn off the automatic. The reason is because we're going to transfer or kind of travel from idle to attack manually. Now, just make sure that in each of these, I actually remove some of these and rename it to walk. This one, I'll rename it to run. And this one, I'll rename it to death. Now, the condition from all of these to death we'll need is going to be is dying. Sorry. Oops, need that on auto. And then is dying, like this. So let's say is dying for each of these. And lastly, is dying. All right, now that we have our animation tree, we actually want this to work. So let's head over to our script and pop out the code. Now, do remember that here, this is where the idle names are. So do make sure that the animations that we've added are the same here. Okay, so these should look familiar. Jump, capital J, attack 1, death, etc. Okay, so do make sure that these are all the same. Otherwise, it won't really work properly. Okay, so now what we can do is, in order to make the animation work, we can actually load our animation tree on the top. So what we'll do is at the very top, I'm going to onReadyLoad. That's not onReady. onReady variable, animation tree. I'll say getNode, animation tree. We'll also onReady variable, playback, and this will be equal to animation tree dot get parameters slash playback. This is essentially the actual playback of the current animation. So now we just have it as a variable instead of having to access it every time. Okay, so let's take a look on the bottom how we would do this. At the very bottom, under the move and slide, this is actually where I'm going to set the conditions, whether it's true or not. To do this, all I need to do is access my animation tree. I'll get the parameters, the conditions, and then the is on floor. So these are the conditions that I want to edit. Now the variable I'll edit it to is going to be this one, of course, on floor. Now what I can do is I can copy paste this a few times and change some of these to be what I need. The first one, or the second one, will be is in air. The third one will be is walking. The one after that is not walking. This one will be is running. This one will be is not running. And lastly, is dying. Now, for each of these, we can kind of change them. This one will be is not on floor. This one will be is walking. This one is not walking. This one will be is running. You can probably guess this one will be is not running. Running. There we go. And then the last one is dying. And we don't need a not is dying because, well, I mean, if I'm dying, then I'm dying, right? So, okay. So now let's take a look at how I might animate these in the actual code. Okay, so the first thing I will do is I want to do the attacking. So for the attacking, what I'll do is I'm going to scroll up to right here, and I'll do the attacking right here. Now to do this, I'll do an if statement called if attack1 node name is in the playback dot get current node. This will allow me to check to see if I'm attacking or not. And this is where I can just say is attacking is equal to true. Otherwise, we'll add an else statement here. Otherwise, I'll say is attacking is equal to false. All right. Now what I can do is I can also add a new function at the very top, right under the is not dying, called attack1. And this will be a function I create that will allow me to check to see if I'm attacking. Okay, so on the bottom, we'll create a new function by saying func1, attack1. We'll say inside of here, if idle node name is in the playback node dot get current node, or, now this is kind of optional in a sense, or what I'll do here is I'll say, oh, here we go. Instead of idle, I'll also add to see if I can walk, or if I'm walking, or if I'm idle. Now, here's another option. You can duplicate this and do the running as well. So if you want to be able to attack while running or walking, this is where you would do it. So you can check to see if you're walking, idle, or running. If you're doing any of those things, what we'll do now is first I need to check to see if I'm actually attacking. To do that, I can say is action just pressed, attack. If I attack using my mouse, I will check to see if I'm not is attacking. Then, if I'm not doing any of that, I will just say playback.travel to back 1. This will allow me to manually travel to this node. All right, so now what I can do is hit close on this, hit play, and let's take a look at what we have. So here you can see when I'm walking and running, I now play these animations. There is an issue that it doesn't loop, but we'll change that in just a second. If I attack, you can now see that I attack. And if I jump, you can now see I jump. Okay, now but what about the looping? Well, that's not too hard. In our animation here, our animation tab, let's find the walking A that I'm using and make sure it's looped. We'll find the running, make sure it's looped, and lastly the idle, make sure that's looped. Now when I hit play, you should see my player is playing the idle animation, and now I can walk with a loop and run infinitely. All right, so here we go. Here's our player. I can attack whenever I am running, walking, or whatever. And there we go. So that is our player animation. Pretty cool. I'll see you all in the next part. All right, so now that we have our player relatively working, what we need to do next is we need to think about how this player is going to interact with other things. But before we do that, we need those other things, right? We can't interact with a monster. We can't kill a monster. There is no monster. So let's get started with our monster. So what we'll do here is I'm going to create a new folder in our scenes folder. New folder, and we'll say monsters. We're going to create a new scene here. We're going to create a character body 3D as our base. This is going to be our, call it our skeleton warrior monster. We'll add a new node here called collision shape. And now we can find skeletons. We'll find the characters. We'll use the skeleton warrior. Drag this out. And here we go. Here's our warrior. We can just make this local and pop this in our actual monster. I will transform it to 0, 0. And here we go. Here's our monster. Now, the problem is, right away, we need to give it a collision shape. Pop this up, get a little smaller. Go. And maybe I'll make it a little fatter. That's good. We'll save this in my monster scene. There we go. Now I can add this to my main scene here. So I'll find our warrior. I'll add this in, drag it in like so. Sometimes it might take a second like before. And now we have a monster. When I hit play, I can see that I can kind of interact with it in a sense, where I can kind of run up to it and attack it, but nothing happens. So what we want to do is I want to actually add functionality to it. First, what I'll do is I'll add a new script. You can use the template, it's okay. I'll make this in my scripts folder. Make a new folder called monsters, open, and create. In here, what we'll do is we want to now think about our state machine and how we're going to actually make our monster with its own different state machine. Now this guy is going to have gravity in actual monster. So what we can do is we can just delete all this input, the jump input, and leave the gravity. Because, well, we're going to be adding gravity. Now what we can do, actually just not going to use them. We're going to create our own speed things later. We'll close this. And now when I hit play though, unlike just when I hit play, we'll see that my monster does fall to the ground as now he has gravity. All right, that is our player setup. In the next part, we'll take a look at how we can start setting up our state machines and how state machines work, and how we'll do this with the monster. All right, so in this video, we'll be taking a look at the concept and idea of state machines before going into classes and custom nodes inside of Godot. So the general idea of finite state machines, right? So finite state machines. Now, the word finite, right, means kind of the opposite of infinite, right? So it's something that eventually ends. So we have a finite state machine. Now, let's say, for the sake of a small example, we have the idle state. This is kind of a circle that encompasses things that happen inside of the idle state. So for example, play idle, right? Remember that play idle animation, that would probably go in here, right? Now that's one thing. Now let's say we have another state called move, right? We would have, well, again, the functionality of the move state in here, right? So anything that I want to do that should involve movement should be inside of this. So for example, well, obviously we would play the move animation, for example, right? Now another one that is common, but we actually won't have, is an attack state. This is a very common one. I'm just going to put it in here because it's just an example. Now, obviously you would play the attack animation or do whatever else is in there, right? Now, the general idea of state machines is that we want a kind of imaginary state, right? Or imaginary idea where we hold states. So we need something to keep track of what state we're in, and usually that can be used using a variable, let's say current state, right? So keep some way to keep track of what the current state is. Now you can keep track of the current state whatever way you want. You can use a name, a string, a number, it doesn't matter. It's up to you. Now, what's another concept of state machines? Now this is an important one. In fact, this is probably going to take up most of your states, or most of the code inside of your script of your states. That is the conditions to move from one state to another. In order to go from idle to move, I need some sort of condition. Now, usually it's an if statement. It doesn't have to be, but usually it is. Well, because it's an if statement, right? Now I can say if input, blah, 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 right? Let's say left, right? If I move left, then, whoops, left like that, then I want to move to the idle state or the move state, right? Well, because I'm starting to move. If I'm moving, I should probably go to the move state. But I need an if statement in a condition in the idle state that allows me to move to the move state. Now, that is important to understand. You need to understand that there is conditions from each state to another. Now, from the move state, I can go to the idle state as well. I need conditions from the move to the idle. I also should have some sort of condition to go from the idle to the attack. Now, ideally, you would probably go from attack to idle. You would also be able to go from move to attack and from attack to move, right? Now, the condition from attack to idle or attack to move is not always input, right? Think about it. When you attack or finish attacking, when do you go back to idle? Well, when you finish attacking. Usually, or sometimes, I would say most of the time, it's after the attack animation finishes or some other condition. So those are things to think about when do I want the condition to happen? When do I want it to attack? When do I want it to fall? Stuff like that. Right? So the basic idea of finite state machines is essentially the idea of having the states themselves, having the functionality inside of them, having a way to keep track of what our current state is, and then we also want a condition inside of the states to be able to go away from that state, to kind of change states, right? So, okay, that is pretty much it for the finite state machine concept video. I will see you all in the next lecture. Okay, so now that we understand state machine, what I want to do is go to my monsters, create a new folder, and call this states. We'll actually call this one AI Melee, and we'll put our skeleton in here as well. And it might take a second to just drag and drop it. There we go. All right, now in here, we'll create a few new scripts. The first script we'll have is called attack state. We will duplicate this and call this one death state. We'll have one more called idle state. Oh, quite a few, but let's do these all together. So one more time, and we will create run state, duplicate, and lastly, one more called state machine, just state machine actually. This will be our state machine. It will kind of help us control and hold all these states. Okay, so let's take a look at how to do this. Now, in each of these states, what we want to do, we'll open them up first. So let's open up our idle. Let's pop out the script. We'll actually close this for now again. Open them all. That way they are all open right here. And we'll just make sure these are all open. Now, in our state machine controller here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to preload all our states. Now, to do that, what I'll do is I'll create a dictionary called variable states, or state, equal to this curly bracket. This is our states. We'll have a key called idle. Here, we'll preload our idle script. We can do that by just typing in idle state. And here, you can see that I preloaded our idle script. Now, alternatively, if you don't know how to do that, you can just drag in the idle state path like this, and it will give you the path. Another way to do this is right-click idle, state script, you can copy path right here, and it will copy the path. All right, next, what we'll do is we'll copy-paste this. We'll put a comma right here, copy it 3 times. I'll have one called run, one called attack, and one called death. There we go. Okay, and we'll just change all of these to the corresponding script. So this is death, this is attack, and this is run. Run, there we go. Okay, now that we have all the scripts, we need a helper function called change state. This is a function that will allow us to pass through a new state, which is going to be a string. Make sure that this is spelled correctly, state. And this will allow us to change our state. Now, how do we do this? What we'll do is we're going to say get child count. We will see if it's equal to 0 or not. If it's not, what we'll do is I want to get current child 0 and queue free. However, I don't want to do this if I'm in the death state. So I'm going to see if death not in the get child 0.name. This will essentially check to see if the state I'm trying to queue free is death. If I don't want to queue free if I'm death, I don't want to change states. Now what I'll do is I'll say if state as there we go, new state, then that means my dictionary has this new state. If I do, I'll say state temp is equal to state new state dot new. This will allow me to create a new object or a new node using this preloaded script. Now we'll see why we can do this in just a second, but for now let's continue. We can now say state temp is equal to dot name equal to new state. So we'll set the name of that new node equal to the state that we're trying to change into. Then we will just add child state temp. This will allow us to change states. So this gets rid of our old state, and this adds our new state. Okay, now in our idle state, we can get started with our idle state. That's usually the easiest. You can see here that we extend node. This is a script, but it extends node. Now this essentially allows us to create a new node or a new object using the node as a base. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to call or make a new variable called AI controller. And this will essentially reference the skeleton warrior script. So to do this, what we'll do is in the function ready, we will say AI controller is equal to get parent dot get parent. Now the reason we do this twice is because here we'll actually add our state machine. We'll actually do that by adding a node. Here we go. And we'll attach the state machine script. And this is going to be our state machine controller. So let's rename this to state machine or state machine controller, whatever you'd like. Now in here, this will be adding a child in this state machine. This is where I can now, in my idle state, get parent, get to the state machine, and then get parent one more time to get to this script. This will allow me to access the AI controller. Okay, so now that we have our state machine set up, we actually need to take a step back and set up our animation tree. So in the next video/part, we will now set up our animation tree. Okay, so to get started with our animation, we need to add our animation tree. So let's add an animation tree node. We'll go to the Inspector tab, add a state machine, assign the animation player, and now we head over to the animation tree, and we will add a few nodes. Now the animations we'll add, the first one, instead of just an idle, we're actually going to add, let's just add the death frame first, so I'll have that kind of on the top. The idle, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a sit floor idle, and this will, if I play it, he's just sitting down on the floor essentially. Now the next one I'm going to add is a awaken state. Now this awaken state, if I search up skeleton or type in SSS, whatever, you'll find the skeleton awaken floor long. This one will, or sorry, not this one. We will add the awaken standing. Where's that? There we go. This one. So this one will pop up as if he's standing, and then we will add a running, and then an attacking. Now the attacking, you can kind of pick whichever one you'd like. I'm going to pick the attack slice, and then I'm going to add one more called idle combat. There we go. And now we want to add transitions to all of these. So from awaken back to idle, from standing and running back and forth, etc. And then we also want from running to idle. We want from attack to idle. And then we want from idle to death, and from attack to death. We'll also want from idle combat to attack. And now let's rename all these to kind of an easier name here. This will be idle, this will be awaken, this will be run, and this will be attack. This will be, we'll leave it as idle combat, that makes sense, and this one will just say death. Now for all of these transitions, I'm going to take off the automatic and just uncheck this for each of these transitions, because we're going to be transitioning from state to state through our actual code. All right, so let's make sure that we just do this for each of these. For the run, go to idle combat. Now from the attack right here, we'll turn this off, but from the attack to the idle combat, we're going to actually leave the automatic on and sync it at the end of this attack animation. Because I wanted to automatically idle combat like this every time it finishes attacking. So that way it's kind of like a cooldown every time it attacks. So it doesn't just attack right after attacking. Right? So it kind of waits a little bit and then attacks again. Okay, so here we go. Here is our animation tree setup. And now what I need to do is we'll head into our scripts and we'll start getting things to work. All right, so next we'll go to our actual script here for our monster. And I'm going to start adding the variables that we'll need in this script to make our monster work. So we'll add it one by one. The first thing we'll add is a speed. This is going to be a float, and we'll make it equal to 1.0 for now. We'll add a onReady variable, which will be our state controller. This will just say get node, and we'll get access to the state machine. We'll create another variable. This one will export it, and we'll say export variable player, and this one will be a character body 3D. This will essentially represent a variable as our player. Now to get access to it, we'll do that in a bit, but for now, let's just say variable direction, and we'll set this to vector3. This is going to be the direction from our player, or from ourself, the monster, to the player. So which direction is the player? We'll create another variable called awakening, and this is going to be a Boolean. We'll set it to false by default. We'll create another one called attacking, a Boolean, false, another one called health, will be an int, which will make equal to 4. Create a variable damage, int, equal to 2. We'll create a variable dying, will be a Boolean, equal to false. We'll create another variable called just hit, will be a Boolean, equal to false. All right, now that we've done all this, we're going to add a ready function, and we're going to get access to our state controller we're going to change state to idle on the ready, when our scene essentially is ready and this player loads, or this monster loads. Now, this is all nice and handy and stuff, but what about our direction? Well, I want to get access to our direction, or get the direction, by saying direction is equal to player. I'll put it like this: player dot global transform dot origin minus self dot global transform dot origin. We can also normalize this number. Now, this is cool, but this isn't something we want to do unless the player is valid. If the player is not valid, meaning it doesn't exist, then, well, I don't want to do anything. Right? So here, we'll only get the direction if the player is valid. All right, now let's head over to our state machine, or our idle state, and we'll take a look at how we can get this to work. Here, we can say if AI controller dot awakening. Then what we'll do is we're going to await for that animation to finish. So what I can do is say AI controller dot get node AnimationTree dot animation finished. So what the await function does is it will wait for a signal. Await essentially stops the code and waits for a certain signal to kind of happen before continuing. The signal that we're going to wait for is the animation tree animation finished. If I head over to my animation tree in the node section, you will see the animation finished signal right here. Okay, so that is how that works. Now, after this though, what I want to now do is say AI controller dot get node AnimationTree dot get parameters slash playback, and then I want to travel to the idle animation. Now, in my physics process, which I don't have, so let me add that. Physics process, I will ask if the AI controller is valid first. Then what I'll do is if this AI controller is valid, meaning it exists, I have access to the monster, then I will just AI controller dot velocity dot x is equal to 0. Similarly, I'll just copy paste this and change this to z. In the idle state, all I need to do is just set the velocity to 0. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste this into each of my states, so that way I have a rough outline to get started with in each of these states. Let's take a look at the run state next, as this one isn't too complicated and it's not too different. In our run state, I'm going to create a variable though called run, and this will essentially kind of help me run or not in the ready first. So I don't want to start running until I've awakened, basically. So what I want to do first is instead of checking for awaking, I'm going to check for attacking first. If I am attacking, I will wait for the animation finish, and what I'll say is AI controller dot attacking is equal to false. Because after this, I've waited for the animation to finish, and then I stop attacking. I'll add an else statement, where I'll say run is equal to false. I'll say AI controller dot get node animation tree. Actually, I'll just copy paste this right here. So we'll just copy that, and instead of traveling to idle, I will travel to awaken. After that, I will say AI controller dot awakening is equal to true. After that, I can now wait one more time. But once I start playing the awaken, I want to wait for this. And then now here, I want to, once all this is finished, I want to now say running is equal to true. And then I can set the awakening to false. Now, lastly, here, I want to travel to run because I'm not idle in my run animation or in my run state. I want to, run. That would make more sense. Now here, I'm going to check for if running is also valid, because here, I'm not going to run 0 anymore. I'm going to actually run, right? So to do that, I will get my AI controller dot direction dot x and multiply it by the AI controller dot speed. So this is it. This is all I need to move my monster towards my player. Now, this one, I'll copy paste it, but change it to the z index. And then lastly, I'm going to get access to my AI controller, and we're going to use a function called lookAt, and this will essentially allow me to look at my player. This is kind of a rotation function. So I'll pass through the global transform dot origin, then add the AI controller dot direction. All right, and then we'll pass through the vector 3, 0, 1, 0, like so. All right, so that's it for the run function. Hopefully this works out nicely. All right, let me just zoom out here just a little bit so you can see everything. And this is the run state. All right, so now let's take a look at our attack state. Now in the attack state, this is actually a little easier because we don't have to change this because I don't want to move when I'm attacking. Now here, I can actually keep this because if I'm awakening while I'm trying to attack, I want to wait. Now the only difference is when after this, I want to get the AI controller and set the attacking to true. Because at this point, this is probably when I'm going to start attacking. Now I want to actually travel to the attack node, and then I'm actually going to go to my run state and copy paste this. Here, I want to look at my player only in the attack ready. Obviously, this is kind of up to you. If you want to add it in the physics process, that's totally fine. I'm going to add it in the ready function. So imagine my monster is going to only look at me when it's starting to attack instead of all the time. All right. Now in my death animation, this is where some things are going to get funky. So here I'm going to say AI controller dot dying is equal to true. And then here, all I need to do is say death. And that's it. Now, this is pretty much it. So now what we can do is give this a try. We'll test this out and see what we get. Okay, now if we go to our main scene here and we assign the player, so right here on the skeleton, we assign the player, we'll actually see if we hit play, nothing will happen. The reason is because we don't have a way of changing states, but we do see that it is working. It is playing the idle state actually. In fact, if we go to the remote, we will find under the state machine that it is playing idle. Now in our skeleton, we now need some sort of condition, some automatic condition to allow us to detect if I want to go into, well, whichever state I need it to be. So to do this, I'm going to add an area 3D. I'm going to duplicate it and add a collision shape 3D. Both of these, I'll duplicate this as well. And put this in here. I'll just kind of rename it so it's the same. Now this one will be the chase player detection. This one will be the attack layer detection. Now for both of these, I'm going to essentially give an area so that it does what I need it to do. For both of these, I'll use a sphere, but for the chase player, I'll make it a little bigger here. The attack player, this needs to be, doesn't need to be a cylinder, but I'll make it a cylinder, and this essentially will be my attack range. This will be the range that I want my monster to be able to attack in. So now what I'm going to do is in both of these, I'm going to go to the chase first and enter body entered and connect these to my monster. I'll do this for the body entered and then the body exited. I will then do this for the attack and lastly the exited. Now one more thing that is kind of important before we continue here is grouping. Now inside of Godot, there is something called grouping. And this might vary depending on your version, but here in Godot 4.3, all you need to do is add a filter here. We'll add a group called monster, and then we'll add one more called player. Now we'll uncheck the player here in the monster because, well, this isn't a player, this is a monster. In our player though, we'll head to our node here, and okay, so here we'll actually have to add the player here again, and here we can actually just remove the player. We don't need that. And now, if we go here, we will see that these are groups. Now, the cool part about this is that inside of these signals, I can check to see if this body is a part of a specific group. Now, I can do this, essentially, let's say the chase detection. Let me zoom in a little bit. I can say if body is in group player then I can do whatever I want. Now, in all of these, I don't want to change states unless it's a player and if I'm not, is dying. Right? If I'm dying, then I probably shouldn't change states. I should probably stay in the dying state. So now what I can do is I can say state controller dot change state to run in this case. So if I enter the chase state, I want to start running. Okay, so the is dying is not a thing. It should be just dying. There we go. All right, so now what I can do is copy paste this into each of these. But obviously, I'm going to change the state to the corresponding one. Now, for the attack exited or for the chase exited, this one will go back to idle. For the attack entered, this one will probably go to attack. And this one is actually correct because if I leave the attack player detection, I want to go back to running and chase the player. Okay, now there's one more thing I need to do before I kind of test this, is in our animation tree, I'm going to actually connect, the signals, animation finished, and I'm going to connect this. And in here, I'm going to check for a few things. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to check to see if the awaken, the word awaken, is in the anim name. If it is, what I'll do is I can just say awakening is equal to false. Here, I'll add an elif statement. I'll copy this, or I'll change this to attack. And then I'll have an if statement saying if the player is in the get node attack detection dot get overlapping bodies and not dying, then this is where I will change to attack again. So if I finished one attack, so this will kind of allow me to, so this right here, let me kind of explain. This piece of code will essentially allow me to loop my animation for attacking. So if I finish one attack, this will check to see if my player is still in the current detection bodies. So this will check, oh, I spelled it wrong, this will be. If it is in the area attack, then I will just attack again. Now I can do that by just saying state controller dot change state to attack. All right, now lastly, I want to say elif death. So I'll do this again. But here I'm going to say death. And if I am playing the death animation, or I finish playing the death animation, I'm going to call a function called death. Now this function doesn't exist yet, so let's actually create it. And for now, what I'll do is I'm actually just going to say self.queueFree. Now here is where we'll play animations and stuff and blah, blah, blah. But for now, this will just kind of be good enough. All right. So now what we'll do is close the script and let's hit play. Let's see what we get. Let's see if we get any crazy bugs that we might have to debug together. Okay, so here we see that it is pacing and there's already a few bugs, and that's okay. We can actually fix these quite easily. But we do see that direction is working and the attack is working quite nicely. The only issue is that he's facing the wrong way. Now this is actually a very easy fix. All I need to do is go to my skeleton warrior and I will rotate this guy by 180. I will also add a weapon because he doesn't have a weapon. So let's actually go to our assets here in our skeletons. We'll go to FBX and we'll find a skeleton blade. And in our rig here, I might actually need to add a new bone because here we have a bone helmet, but we don't have a bone for our hand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search up bone attachment, or just bone, and we should find a bone attachment 3D. I'll add this. I'll select the hand slot right. You can do left if you'd like. But now you can see that the hand slot is kind of on our hand. Now I can take my bone, my skeleton blade here, and I'll just make this local and drag out the mesh I need. And now I can reset its position and rotation to 0, 0 like so. And now if I hit play on one of my animations, I play the attack, we'll see he kind of plays the attack, but it's a little funky. That might be because I need to rotate the blade. I do, so I need to rotate the blade itself by -180 or just 180. And Now, when I hit play, try it one more time. Okay, so it kind of still looks a little funky. Let's make sure that this is the right hand slot. V13, yeah. Okay, so what we'll do is I'm gonna play the T pose. Find the T pose here. Oops. And this guy should be looking this way. So we'll get this to rotate like so. So this will probably be -90 and -180. So whatever your rotation is, it should be facing this way outside of the T pose. Now let's try one more time. Go to the animation tree. And there we go. Now we have a nice smooth attack. All right, let's hit play and see what we get. Okay, so here we go. He's chasing us. There's no loop, but we can change that in a second. But we do see that the attack does actually loop, which is nice. Now, there is a few issues, right? So the first one is in the walking, or I believe in the running, actually. So where is the running? Here we go, running A. We'll loop that. Now, another one is the idle, which is going to be the sit floor idle. I think is this one, right? Let's take a look. So this one doesn't need to loop. This one will need to loop. So the sit floor idle and running A, that's good. All right, so yeah, there we go. There is our monster. So it should now loop if we hit play one more time. Here we go. So he's running and he's looping. If I leave, he goes to the idle animation. Now, one thing that I like to do is inside of our animation tree, I'm going to actually blend some of the animations. Now, what does that look like? Well, in our run to idle, what I can do here is I can change the X fade time. I'm going to change it to 0.2, and this will allow us to have a smoother animation between our transitions. Now, I'll do this for all of them, 0.2. So let me just make sure that all of these are 0.2. And you can, of course, do these for all of them. It's kind of optional, but of course, if you don't, it might look a little chunky. So it is up to you whether or not you want to try this, or if you want to try something else. Of course, you can also try the X-Fade curve. That is also a nice thing, but it's more so just kind of how fast it curves into this time. Now, if we try one more time, though, you should see it'll do that, and then it'll kind of sit back down right away. Yeah, so there we go. It doesn't kind of just chunk back down to the idle. It kind of fades back into the idle animation. All right, so there we go. There's our monster. It works pretty nicely. Now, in the next part, we'll need to now actually add some functionality to hit it. We need to hit the monster, and the monster needs to be able to hit us. We'll do this in the next section. All right, so now that we have the player and the skeleton working, all we need to do now is, well, make them interact with each other. And this isn't actually that hard. All we need to do is add some things into each scene. So the things we'll add, the general idea of this, is we're going to add some sort of detection area in, well, specifically the sword. And then every time I attack, I'll be able to detect whether or not I can hit the other monster. And if I do, I'll send kind of a signal that will allow me to hit the other person. So let's start with the monster. To start, what we'll do is we need to find the right hand. Now, usually you would do this in a sword. Now, this could work, and you're more than welcome to add the area to this sword specifically, but a better way to do this is if we add a new bone attachment, just like we did with the monster, we can attach a right hand slot, right? And we can just add the area to this, right? Because this will apply for any sword. Because in the future, what if you want to hide this and show this? Whatever you may want, right? It'll be kind of more dynamic in this sense. So what we can do is we can rename this to right hand slot. We will add a new node called Area 3D. This is going to be our detector. We'll add a collision shape. And now we need to set the collision shape. We'll put a capsule. We need to zoom in here and essentially make this the same size as the sword. So we'll just kind of zoom out just a little bit like this. And there we go. Now what we can do is rename this to damage detector. And there we go. That is our sword, right? So now when I attack, so if I go to my animation tree and throw this, I mean, it's a little fast, but you can see that the area 2D, or 3D, sorry, follows the sword. So every time I play, well, I guess I would have to play idle first. Yeah, I mean, even honestly, even in the idle, you can see that it's following the idle, right? As I walk, it's following the sword. So this is perfect. So this is exactly what we want. Now what we can do is reference or connect the signal. We'll connect the body entered signal to the player. Now in here, you might recall that we created grouping. So this is where we can first check to see. In fact, actually, this is where I want you to pause the video and try seeing if you can detect if this body that is entering this area is a monster or not. See if you can figure it out using a similar thing that we used before. So to do this, hopefully you tried it yourself first. What we need to do is say if body is in group monster. Because if you recall from before, in our monster here, we have created a group called monster. So here now in our player, back in our script again, we can simply check to see if it's in that group. And if it is, that means, well, I'm hitting a monster. And if I am, what do I want to do? Well, I actually want to just call hit on it. So in order to do this, the monster needs a function called hit first. Otherwise, it doesn't really make sense. Like, how can I hit it without having a function inside of it? Now, I could just queue free. So for example, I could just do free like this, and this could totally work. This would just destroy the monster. However, I'm going to call a function called hit. And the cool part about this is that I can now put in a amount of damage in, like 1 or 2. Right? So if I want to do a certain amount of damage to its health, this is where I can do it. Okay, now one more thing we'll do though is in the body is in group or whatever, what we want to also check for is attacking. I don't want to damage the monster if I'm not attacking. Because let's say I'm just walking, right? My player's walking and I just walk past a monster and the monster enters this area. Obviously, that's not very good. I don't want that. That's a pretty terrible interaction, right? I don't want that in my game. I only want to interact when I'm attacking. Now, there is actually a better way to do this, but I'll show you that in the monster. So it's going to be kind of 2 different ways to detect whether or not I'm attacking or not. And this will be a nice way to for you to kind of learn different ways of doing something similar that we need to achieve. So let's head back to our script. And what we need to do now is, now that we've created this hit function or called this hit function, we need to create it. We don't have a hit function in our monster. So in this body, right, this is the body that we would be calling. But I mean, I'm going to ask you, do you guys see a hit function? I don't see a hit function here. So what we need to do is create it. We'll create a hit function. We'll pass through an amount of damage that will be an integer. And then all I need to do is say health minus equal damage. And then we can check to see if the health is less than 0. If it is, we'll say self.queueFree. Now, here's the issue. The main issue is queueFree doesn't exactly do what I want, right? I don't want to just queueFree. You probably guessed it. I want to change states to death. So all I need to do is change states to death because we should already have this set up. Okay, so now that we have our hit function, another thing I want to do is I want to start detecting the just hit function. So what this means is if I just got hit, I actually don't want to do any of this. So I will only reduce my damage, I'll only die, etc., if I wasn't just hit. Now this is a variable that we created kind of a while ago, and this will essentially allow me to detect if I was just hit or not. Now here's the kicker, is I want to set this to true inside of here. Just hit is equal to true. But here's another issue, is how do I set it to false? Well, what we're going to do is I'm going to close our script here, head to our warrior, and I'm going to add a new node called the timer. This timer is going to allow us to essentially start when I just get hit, and I'll connect a signal called timeout on our monster here. And every time it times out, I will set the just hit to false. Now the issue is, false, not the issue, but how do we start this timer, right? Because this timer doesn't just start like magically, we need to start it. So how do we do that? Well, it's pretty easy. We just say get node, just hit. It's the timer that we just created, and then just start it. This will automatically start our timer. Well, not automatically, but it'll start our timer. And yeah, so that'll allow us to actually do that. Okay, so now what do we need to do? Well, in our just hit function, or sorry, our hit function, we now need to, or not need to, but one other thing that we can add is a knockback. This is something that I like to do in a lot of my games. It's just a very, very simple way of adding a knockback, and that is by doing something called tweening. Tweening is a very simplistic way of animating. So think of how we might want to animate a knockback. Well, one way we could do it is doing it through the animation player, right? If we go into our animation player, if you understand how it works, if you don't, that's okay. The basic idea of it is that there's something called keyframes, and essentially, and we'll actually use this for a monster later in the next part, let's go to our skeleton monster. We have keys here, and I can key one of these, and it will kind of put that position in this keyframe. And then if I key another one at another position, it will kind of animate between those two frames. Now, I don't want to give an example because I'm actually going to give an example a little later, but the basic idea of tweening is that it's done in code. It's the same thing, but just done in code. So let's take a look at how we can do this. First, I need to create a tween. Just a fun fact, in Godot 3 and previous, tweening used to be an actual node, but they removed it, and now we only can create it through code. But that's okay, we can still utilize it quite nicely. So here, we'll just say tween property. And the property that we want to tween, first we'll look at the object. Well, the object is going to be ourself. Okay, now what property do we want to adjust? Well, I want to adjust the global position. What I essentially want to do is take our global position, and then the final value will be its global position minus the direction divided by 1.5. This essentially will act as a knockback. Now, I want to do this over a period of 0.2, and this is going to basically be how long this tween takes. So 0.2 seconds is very quickly, right? You'll not really not notice it, but it's just very quick. Okay, now that we have our hit function, let's test it out. Let's see if this works. So let's take a look first at our health. Here we have 4 health, and we should be doing, in our player script, 2 damage. So it should take 2 hits to kill our monster. Let's take a look. Hit play, here we go, and our monster's chasing us. And you can even see that there's a little knockback, and eventually it dies. And we even saw that that second attack didn't go through because it just got hit. So it was invulnerable essentially. I couldn't keep hitting it. I wasn't allowed. So there we go. That's our detection. That's our monster attacking. That's pretty neat. In the next part, we'll take a look at how we can now do the opposite. I would suggest, actually, for this next part, you try it on your own first. Try doing exactly what we just did, adding the area 3D to the monster, and then allowing it to hit the player, adding a hit function inside the player, etc. But that's what we'll do in the next part, so we'll be able to have the monster now attack the player. Right, so in our next part, like I said, we now need to make it so that our monster can hit our player. Now to do this, it's actually a little, not easier, but we already have our bone attachment here, and I'm going to rename this to right and slot, just like I did for the player. And I'll attach an area 3D again, and similarly, a collision shape. Now I'm going to go to my animation player and select the T-pose, just so it's a little easier to add it, or adjust the sword. Here I'll add a cylinder capsule, make it much smaller, as you can tell. Make it skinnier, shorter, and there we go. Here's our sword. I might actually extend it a little outwards, just so it can actually hit the player. Okay, so now what we can do is you need to make sure, and me, we need to make sure that we take a look at which attack we're using. So here I'm using the two-handed melee attack slice. So now what we'll do is we'll head into our animation player, so animation on the bottom. We will head into the two-handed attack slice, the one that we're using. Now what I want to do is, I want to turn off the animation tree, so that way I can look at my animation for this animation as it actually happens. Now, here's the thing. I want this area 3D to only be disabled and enabled whenever this frame is kind of like right here, like in between the attack. So maybe right here and in between here. After that, I want to disable it. So what do we do? Well, this is actually quite easy. This is the key part that I was talking about. So here, what I can do is make sure that it's disabled is off. I'll key here, like so. And then right here, I'll check this on and then key it again. Now, if we scroll all the way to the bottom, we will now see this new collision shape 3D with enabled and disabled. So this will essentially enable the collision shape, the collision shape, and then disable it after a certain frame. Now, here's the kicker, is we want to find that reset track and make sure that this is enabled. So by default, this should be enabled, right? So this will automatically kind of happen. Like this is the reset. This is what will reset every time I play the game. Kind of. It's almost like a ready function. Now let's rename this similarly to damage detector. I will go into this area 3D, add it into our body entered, and connect. So just kind of an add, if you recall from our last part, like just 10 minutes ago, this is how that animation player, that's another way of detecting if I'm currently attacking or not. Because here I could check for the state. So let me actually pop this out. I could check for the state controller. I could just check for the name or whatever, see if I'm in the attack state, and that could work. That's totally fine. But this is kind of a more accurate way of detecting for a specific frame. It's just a bit more accurate, I would say. Okay, now here in the damage detector, this is from the monsters to the player, but as a reference, I can actually just copy paste this into here and change this to player, and then remove this. I'm not going to need that. Now for the body.hit, instead of 2, if you recall, I already have this damage right here, so I'll just pass that through. But now I can always change the damage that I want, to whatever I want. Okay, so now on the bottom, now if you recall, we have this hit function, we're calling it, but again, we don't have a hit function inside the player, so let's create it. In fact, actually, as a good reference to create it, I'll just copy paste this, copy this here, and now we have a good amount of stuff. Now, of course, we don't have health, we don't have damage, or actually we do have damage, and we were going to add, I was going to add the health to a global variable, but for now we can just add a health variable here as int equals, say, 5, and then instead of state controller here, I'll say self.doFree for now. Okay, actually, we could just play the death animation, so why don't we just do that, actually? So instead of self.doFree, what we can do is we can actually say is dying, is dying is equal to true, and then here, we'll just copy this right here, and instead of traveling to attack node 1, we attack to the death node name. So here, we'll just travel to the death. Now here's the thing, is after my death animation, I want to die. I want to end the game. And a little later, we'll add a game over overlay. But for now, what we can do is I'll close the script. And in my animation tree, here I've already connected, in my player. Here in my animation tree, I don't have this, so I'll connect the animation finished, connect it, pop this out, and now I can check for the death animation. See if I just played the death animation. I'll say if death in anim name, then what I'll do is I'll say self.queueFree. This will allow me to just queue free, and in the future, if we ever want to add a game over overlay, we'll just add it here. Okay? All right, so here we have the queening. However, this might not work because we have a direction. We have a direction. This direction is facing wherever I am, which I think will work fine. Okay, so we have the just hit being started, but I don't have that timer, so we need to add it. So let's add our new timer for our player here, and we'll rename this to just hit. Okay, so we should be able to give this a try. Okay, so let's see if we can. Oh, okay, so our monster needs to turn on the animation tree again. Go back to the inspector. Okay, close the game. Okay, back to output. Here we go. All right, so here's our monster. Should be able to attack us now, and there's even knockback. All right, so it seems that I'm invincible now because I never connected the just hit timeout. So that would make sense. I would probably need to be able to turn just hit to false. So here I turned it to true, and then I never turned it to false again. So that would make sense. All right, so let's play one more time, test this out. So he's waking up, gonna hit us. All right, cool. So there we go. And then eventually I die, and then I queue free. And the reason this is happening is because I don't have a camera 3D anymore, because if you remember, camera 3D is in our player, and we already destroyed our player. So that's probably not the best way to do it, but it works out quite nicely. So in the future, we'll add a game over overlay, and it will be able to restart the level and stuff. So this is pretty good so far. So I'll see you in the next part. All right, now that we've pretty much completed the player and monster, we now want to head into our assets, and I'm going to now show you how to create this custom theme. Because we're going to kind of, I'm actually going to close these guys. We're going to now head into creating GUI. So for example, we'll actually create a canvas item, canvas layer as our base here. I'll save this as GUI, and I'll put this in my scenes, in my player, and save. And just to kind of show you what this might look like, if I create a panel, you will see here, this is the default theme of Godot. Now, this default theme, if I pop this into the themes right here, you will see it turns into this nice, pretty thing. Now, in order to create this though, what we'll do is create a new resource, search up theme, hit save, and we can create default 2.0. Of course, if you don't want to do this, you can of course skip it. I've already set up all the default themes you'll need, but I want to show you how to do this, ourselves. Now, okay, the font, very easy. Just drag and drop the font into the default font. Done. Super simple. Now, what about the rest? Because here you can see in this default theme, we have button, panel, progress bar, but here I have nothing. Well, I go to manage items, go to import items, and we can now import the things I want. I'm going to import panel. I'll find the panel. I'll find button. I want the button here. And let's import these first. Close. Click OK. And I forgot the last one. Progress bar, right? Okay. We'll go to the thing over here, manage items, and progress bar, there we go. Import selected. And now we can see in my edit items, you can even see it here, but I'll close, click OK, and now we have our things that I want to give. Now, okay, we'll start one by one. We'll start with the panel, as this one's probably the easiest. We'll go to the styles. We're going to select this down button and select the texture. We'll take our UI big piece and drop it nowhere because I need to click this first. Then I'll drag it into the texture. Now you can see in the background, I have this texture. Now, I'm going to go to the sub-region, edit region, and now I'm going to select this guy. Now, I could also try pixel snap. Sometimes it's not perfect, but it's not too bad. Here we go. Now, I can move these dotted lines to be kind of below where I want it to be. And essentially what this does is, let me actually move all these first, and it might be easier to explain it. It will use the middle of this as the middle of the entire panel. So this side corner will always be consistent. So now when I close this and I add a panel here, more time, and I set this theme as the theme 2.0, you will see if I zoom in here, we have these dots always, no matter how big the panel is. So essentially everything else gets stretched. That is kind of the advantage. You can see that these corners don't get stretched. They stay the same size. Okay, so that's the panel finished. We'll close the panel here in our custom theme. Let's head over to the styles of our button. The buttons are going to be a little more, not difficult, but just more of a drag, I would say. So let's head over to the normal one, because that one's probably the easiest. But we'll drag in the UI piece, go to sub-region, edit region, zoom out, and here we can find our buttons. So this one is going to be our normal button. This is pressed, and this is hover, or focus as well. So let's just do the normal first. So we'll drag this, and I can just down just a little bit, and I can move the dotted line in the middle, like so, and just bring this up a tiny bit. All right, we'll close. And now if I add a button, it should look like this, but let's finish the rest. So what I'll do is I'm going to drag this guy into the rest of them. Now here's the thing though, is that if I edit one of these, it will edit the rest. You're more than welcome to give it a try, but I'm just going to make unique on all of these. So that way I don't mess anything up. So do make sure that you just make each of these unique, right? Now for the pressed, we'll go to the subregion and select the pressed. Here we go. Looks pretty good. I'll just move this. I'll just leave it there. That's fine. Close. And we'll go to the hover, subregion, edit region. And hover, we can select this one. Here we go. And just select the entire thing. Make sure that the inside is kind of what you want. We'll close, and we'll go to the focus. The focus we can leave as the default, and the disabled, we'll select the pressed one for the disabled. If we want ever disable the buttons, which we actually will for our item or our inventory system, kind of, then we'll select this as our disabled. Okay, so that's our buttons. And lastly, the progress bar. This one's going to be a little easier because if you actually notice in the default one that I gave you, in here, the background is empty. And there's a good reason for this, but the fill is going to be our texture. So let's do this for our guy here. So background, I'll set this to empty. And then the fill, I'll set it to texture and pop in the texture that I want. I'll go to subregion, edit region, and I've created this guy. So I've edited it. I've basically just moved these all together because that's what we need. So here we go. We'll select the red. Like this. I think it's supposed to be like that. There we go. And I'll just move this guy one corner like this. That's not what I wanted to do. I want to move this guy up and this guy down like so. I'll use this as my stretch essentially. Okay, so there we go. There's our theme completed. Now to actually load this into our game, I need to go to project settings, go to general, search up theme, go to theme, and add in our custom theme here. So here, I'll just add in my default 2.0, or you can add the default, and I'll save and restart, and I'll see you in the next part. All right, so our next step is to actually create a game overlay. This will be a little easier, so we'll start with this as our kind of initial GUI setup. So to do this, we'll create a new scene, and this new node will be a canvas layer base. Now, I know I haven't explained what a canvas layer is, but let's kind of take a look at what it is and what it does. So to do this, we'll add a panel, and we'll increase this panel here. And I'm going to actually turn on this grid snap, and this will just allow me to more accurately assess how big I want this to be. So I want it to be this big. Now, inside of this, inside of my panel specifically, I'll add a label, and I'll add a button. Okay, so this button, let me make it a little bigger here. Let me just do it like so. I'll type in retry, put this kind of in the middle. Now the label, I'll make it a little bigger here, and I'll type in game over try again. Now, if I want this to be bigger, that's easy. All I need to do is go to the theme overrides. You could, of course, edit the actual theme in here, right? I believe you should be able to edit the default size, but I'm not going to do that. I usually like to edit the size manually every time I add a label. The font size here, I can actually just override it and make it much bigger as I want it to be. Now what I can do is I can just center it in the alignment. There we go. I can maybe just press enter, so that way it says game over, try again on 2 lines like so. And even more, what's cool about this is I can go to the constants and give it line spacing, outline size, make it look pretty, whatever you really want, right? So you can kind of start making your text a little nicer. We'll save this as a game over overlay. We'll add this to our scenes, our player. I'll make a new folder here called GUI. hit save. And in our level, I'm going to now add our game over overlay. Now, when I hit play, the way this works is a canvas layer essentially follows the screen no matter where it is. So here you can see the label on top of our gameplay because in our game over overlay here, the canvas layer is within these blue lines. So that is how a canvas layer works. Anything within these lines will show up on our screen. So you can just kind of see or imagine why this would be useful specifically for GUI and stuff. So let's rename this to game over overlay. We will add a script because, well, I'm going to need a script for this guy, but I'll put it into my scripts folder, put it into my player, create a new folder, GUI, open, create. Now in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to onReady the self.hide. I want to hide this game overlay. Now, I want another function that we're going to call when the game is over, meaning like I'm dead. So this is the function I'm going to call when my player dies. Now in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my input mouse and make it so that it's captured or visible, right? Because before it was captured, but now I want it to be visible. So we're going to say mouse mode is equal to visible. Next, I'm going to say self.show because I want to show this overlay. That would make sense because it's hidden right now, right? And then lastly, I want to pause the scene. To do this, all I need to do is say getTree.pause is equal to true. And then that's pretty much it. Now, this is it, but there's kind of an issue. That issue is that, here, let me actually show you. So let's go to our player. And in our player here, instead of the QFree here, what we're going to do is we're going to call the game overlay. To do this, I need to get node and get the path. Now to get the path, it's actually not that hard. Let's go to our level here, go to our player script, and it might be a little cramped, but all I need to do is now drag in, maybe I'll actually rename this to game over overlay, and then now I just need to drag it in, and this will give me the path. Here I can just say get node overlay, and now I can call that game over function that I created. So this will do that for us. Now, one thing I want to do though is before I call this, I'm actually going to wait 1 second to kind of have that, to show the effect that, oh, you're dead, and we played the death animation, but now we're going to, wait 1 second kind of. It just kind of adds a bit more flair to our game, I'll say. So here I'll say get tree, create timer, 1 second, and then we'll wait for the timeout signal. So if you recall, a wait allows us to, wait for a certain signal, and this is the signal we'll wait for. So here I'm just going to get tree to create a timer. Once I create the timer, I'll wait for the timeout signal. Now the seconds, it's up to you, whether you want 1 or 2 seconds or whatever. I'm going to do 1 second. I find that it's not bad. So let's hit play, and you're going to see something happen. So let's just try to die here. So hit once, twice, here we go, I died. After a second, this pops up, but nothing happens. Now, I could kind of click, but it doesn't actually work. The reason why this wouldn't work is because in my game overlay, the process inside the node is called, or it's on inherit. Now, inherit essentially is inheriting the scene or the project pause scene, right? So the mode. And the mode is currently paused, right? We pause the scene. So this scene is also paused, meaning I can't click anything. So what I need to do is go to this mode and turn it on always. So that way I can always interact with this script and these nodes here, no matter whether or not the scene is paused. So okay, let's rename this button to retry. And I'm going to connect this node by going to press, connect, and here, now all I need to do is a few things. First, I'm going to unpause the scene. I'm going to say get tree is equal to false. And then I'm going to say get parent dot reload current scene. Oh, not get parent. What am I doing? Could be get tree. That would make much more sense. That's why we didn't have it complete. So get current tree. There we go. So now we just reload the current scene from our get tree. So now let's hit play and see if this works. Now we should be able to just go to our monster here. Eventually I'll die. There we go. 1 second later, I can retry, and here we go. We restart our scene. So there we go. That's our game over overlay. In the next part, we'll get started with our GUI and our pause menu and stuff like that. So see you in the next part. All right, so the next part is going to be in our GUI. So first, we need to actually make sure we add our GUI into our main scene here. Let's just make sure we add this guy in. And I'm going to rename it to GUI. So this is our general GUI for our inventory, our profile, that kind of thing. So let's make this panel a little bigger, just like I did for the game over. And I'll rename it to GUI. And before I start adding things, let's add a new script here. We'll add a new script to our scripts folder, player, GUI, open, create. Now, okay, in this script, there's a few things I'm going to do. The first thing I'll do is I'm going to go into my function physics process. I'm going to check for the input of my paused function, or my input, sorry. I'm going to check for just pressed and pause. Here, this is where I will start pausing things and doing things. So the first thing I'll do is I'm going to get tree.paused, and instead of saying true or false, there's a kind of trick here I can do that's just to get it to be the opposite of what it currently is. And then the cool part about this is that now I can just say get node container, which we don't have yet, dot visible is equal to the get tree.pause. So if this becomes true, I will set the visible to true. If it becomes false, I'll set the visibility to false. Now, okay, let's add this container because, well, I don't have it, so we'll probably want it. Now, the reason we're doing this, I'm going to add a control node, by the way, so that's our container. Let's rename this to container. Now, okay, let me explain why I'm doing this. The reason is because I'm going to add a panel into this. This is where my profile will be. This is where my inventory will be. But the question is, what about the HP bar, the progress bar that I add? So let's add a progress bar for now. And here, if I zoom in, I can kind of move it to the top left, extend it a little bit. And here I can give it a value of, let's say, 50. I'll turn off the show percentage. And here, I don't want to hide or show this guy depending on if I pause or not, right? I always want to have the HP bar showing. So let me just rename it to HP bar. And now the advantage is I can show or hide the container specifically, this guy, depending on if I'm paused or not. The HP bar, I want it to always show. Now, before we continue, one other thing I need to do is make sure the process mode is on always for my GUI, because otherwise I'm not going to be able to unpause my scene if I pause it, right? That would be kind of silly. I won't be able to do anything if I pause it. Now, okay, here's the fun part though, or the unfun part, is we need to match the paused scene. So here I'm going to match whether or not I'm paused. And if it's true, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say input.mouse mode is equal to mouse visible. Mouse visible. And if it's false, which is pretty much the only other option, here I'm going to set it to mouse captured. This will allow me to just be more dynamic in whether or not I pause the scene. This kind of comes more into play when I add my shop, or we'll add our shop later, because this is just kind of, it becomes a little buggy because our shop is going to pause the scene. It's going to show and hide some GUI that we'll add later. But this will just allow us to avoid any weird issues where if I go into a shop and then try pausing or whatever, it just avoids all that. So let's close the script now and let's hit play. Just to test this out. Here our scene is paused. Now you can see here that, first of all, nothing's working. So let's actually just make sure that the pause is right. So let's go to our project settings, input. Okay, so here I don't even have anything. So let's add a escape. Okay, so now we have our pause, but there's an issue is that this is still showing on the default. Now this should actually fix itself. So if I hit play and I pause my scene, it will show, and then I unpause it, it'll hide. But by default, I should probably show it. So let's add a ready function, and we'll just take the visibility here, and we can just .hide instead. So that way we can hide it by default. Okay? Okay, so now when I hit play, here we go, our container is hidden, but if I hit escape, we pause the scene, and we have our GUI. So this is quite nice. Now from here, we can start adding our inventory and things. and whatever we want. So let's just set up the general things that we need. First, I'm going to rename the panel here to BG for background. I'm going to add 2 containers. I'll duplicate it for 2 control nodes. I'm going to add a VBox container. And in this VBox container, I'm going to add 2 buttons. One will be the inventory button. I'll duplicate this, and this will be the profile button. Now, in my VBox container, the cool part about this is if I extend it, the buttons will automatically kind of resize a little bit. Here, I can just type in inventory, and then here I can type in profile. Now, the spacing is a little weird, and that is because in my custom theme, I didn't really space it out too well. So let me just fix that real quick. We'll go to our style, our normal here, subregion. And here you can see that this is not spaced out nicely, so we need to just kind of center it again. We'll close that, and now we can see it's centered a little nicer. Alternatively, you can just use this guy. I think this guy was set up a little better. So I spent a bit more time setting this up properly. Okay, so here we have our inventory item and our profile button, sorry. And now what we can do is connect a signal for pressed in our GUI for both of these. Now what we'll do when we press these buttons is I want to show and hide these control nodes. But these control nodes, I need to rename them to the proper thing. So let's rename this to inventory and this one to profile. So what we'll do now is inside of this script, we're going to show and hide depending on what I want. So, okay, what we'll do here for the inventory press, I'm going to say get node container vbox inventory button dot disabled is equal to true. Because now I'm kind of showing that I'm in the inventory. I do that by disabling this button. Now what I can do is duplicate this and just change this to profile and then enable the profile button. Because if I were in here, right, if I were to actually copy paste this, I would do the opposite. So here I would set the disabled to true and set the disable to false on this one. So we're kind of just doing the opposite essentially. Now what I want to do is I want to show the inventory, right? So this guy, I'm going to show this, but then I'm going to hide the profile. So here I'll get the profile and then hide this. So now I'll just copy this one more time, the profile, but do the opposite. So here I'll hide the inventory and then show the profile. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Now we won't have much of a visual effect because there's nothing in our inventory or profile right now. But in the next part, we'll start filling it in. So we'll add in our inventory first. So this might actually take a bit of time, maybe about an hour or so for the next part. But we'll fill in the inventory. We'll add a bunch of logic to it. We'll add some items, etc., etc. And it'll be quite fun. We'll start using the item pack here that we have. And yeah, so it'll be fun. And we'll fill it in. And yeah, so I'll see you all in the next part. All right, so let's get started with our inventory first. And to do this, what we're going to do here is we're going to right-click our inventory and save branch as scene. This will allow us to create a new scene, basically, just as an inventory. So you'll see what I mean in just a second. We'll save this in our GUI. I'm going to create a new folder here called inventory and save. And now you should be able to see this kind of YouTube-looking button here. You can click into it and it opens a new scene. Let me just close the game overlay. We'll open this inventory and here we go. Okay, so what we need to do first is set up our scripts. So let's go to our GUI here, create a new folder, inventory, and in this folder, we're going to set up a bunch of our scripts. Now, okay, this next part, these next few parts that we're going to be watching, and maybe the next hour or so, will be not hard per se, but try to keep up as there's quite a bit of logic to understand and learn. So first, we're just going to set up these scripts that we need. So the first one is going to be inventory item. This will be the actual item. I'll duplicate this. Okay. Sometimes, okay, here we go. Sometimes it doesn't like when I have something else selected to Control D, which will allow me to duplicate it. We'll say inventory main. This will go into this inventory. Duplicate one more time. We'll say inventory slot. Duplicate one more time. And we will say item data. Then we will have, no, that's actually it for now, at least. We will have one more, but that will be a little later. So the first thing we'll start with is the item data. The reason we're going to start with this is because we're going to create something called a resource. We're also going to create something called a class. Now, a class resource is something slightly specific, but we'll kind of go into it one step at a time. So let's create a class name here called item data. This will essentially be our item information, data, right? The information that will go into it. Here we're going to extend a resource. And a resource is something inside of Godot. It's a built-in feature that essentially allows us to add a GUI into a information packet. Now you'll see what I mean in just a second. So let's close all these scripts and just open this up again. And for example, we can export a variable called item name, and this can be a string. Now let's take a look inside of our 2D scene here. Let me just make this a little bigger. Now, what I'm going to do now is go to my scenes. That's not my scenes. Here we go. Inventory scenes. I'll create a new resource, and we'll use the default resource at the top. I'll create a item. Now, the item I will create is, let's say, a sword. We'll say iron sword. So now, what I can do is take this iron sword, double-click it, go to the Inspector tab, and you can see here I have the iron resource. I have resource. Don't worry about this. We'll have a script. Now the script, we want to attach the item data. And now you can see the item data, the class name. You can see the item name with a string. Now here I can just say iron sword. So this is where I can start filling in information that I want inside of my resource. So this is the kind of the advantage, is that there's a nice property tab or a inspector tab for this. Now think of resources and the script basically as an extension or a different way of doing a dictionary. So a dictionary would look something like this. So if I created a dictionary, let's say item data, right? I can say that it's a dictionary. It would look like this, where we have curly brackets. We can have the item name, and then this is the key. So inside this item name, we would have another string. We would say iron sword, right? And then we would have to do comma, and then we would put in item damage, etc., right? So this is kind of how we do this dictionary. But this is kind of messy, right? And imagine this is just one item. So this, I wouldn't even name item data. I would name sword, iron sword, right? And then I would have to create several dictionaries inside of another dictionary, inside of an array, inside of different things. Now, this is kind of messy, and there's just no point to that. So instead, we'll use resources. Now, in our resource, we'll have a few things here. So the first thing will be a type. This is the type of item it is. So in our types, we will have weapon, we'll have head, body, legs, feet. We'll have misc. Misc is miscellaneous, so things like potions and things you eat or things that aren't usable, depends on what it is. You can kind of make this actually different to what you want. Our miscellaneous that I'm going to code in our game is going to be a usable item. So specifically, we're going to use a potion. So the two items that we're going to kind of look at in this are going to be some sort of equipment item, so a weapon probably, and then a miscellaneous item, so like a potion. So that way you'll see how we can kind of differentiate between the two. And then lastly, we'll have main. Main is going to represent the inventory system, so the actual main inventory. All right, so next we want to export the type. And we can do this by saying lowercase type and then type, which is the type that we just created. So this is the enumerator that we just created. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy paste this a few times. And I'm going to change some of these to, we have item name, we have item damage that we want. We have item health. We have item defense. Of course, you can kind of pick and choose whichever ones you want. I'm going to just do the ones that I'm going to need, the ones that I'm going to implement. So here we're going to have a stackable item, or it's going to be a Boolean. I'll change the types in just a second. But this is a Boolean that is going to tell us whether or not it's stackable. And if it is, we'll have a count right next to it. And then after that, we're going to have a export multi-line. And this is going to be our description. And this is also a string, but it's just going to be exported as a multi-line. So you'll see the difference in just a second. And then lastly, we're going to need a texture. So this is going to be a texture 2D. Texture 2D. This one will be an integer. The item defense, an integer. The item health, an integer. The item damage, also an integer. So this is a Boolean. Okay, actually, now that we're done, what we can do is head over to our new item resource, iron sword, and we can start filling things in. So we can see the type by default is weapon, so that's cool. The item damage, we can give it damage like 5. The item health and defense, I'm not going to fill that in. If you're wondering what the item health is, this is kind of the healing that I was going to implement. So for the potions, this is where I would do that. Now the description, you can see the multi-line is more of a multi-line description. So here what I can do is I can kind of just do whatever I want. I can write in, this is a iron sword. And this is not a stackable item, so I'm going to leave it unchecked. I'm going to scroll up to my item pack, and I can just kind of drag in one of these, whichever one you'd like. I don't know. I'll just drag in maybe this one, actually. I lied again. We'll use the first one. I'm going to use 2 different ones just to represent 2 different items. So we'll have an iron sword. I'll duplicate this and say long sword. Now in my long sword, I'll go into this, and you can see on the top right, it says long sword. So this is not an iron sword anymore. We'll change this to long sword. We can change the damage to maybe 3. This is maybe a slightly weaker item. You can say long sword, scroll up, and select a different thing. Maybe this one. Yeah, this one kind of looks long. I don't know. Yeah, so you can kind of select, look through these and select whichever one you'd like. I'll now make a potion because, well, we'll make a small potion, let's say. So this small potion, we'll rename it to small potion. This is going to be a miscellaneous item. The item damage will be 0. The health, we can change it to 5, so it'll heal 5. You can say this is a small potion that heals you. The count will change to 1, and this is a stackable item, so we'll check that on. So next, what we can do is find a small potion and fill the texture in. Okay, so we have a few items, which is nice. Now, one more thing I'm going to do is I'm going to actually create a new folder here called default stats. This will be for a little later. And for now, what I'll do is I'm going to duplicate this and call this default sword. I'll drag this guy into the default stats folder. Pop this out. Duplicate one more time and make a default body armor. Body armor like this, .truss, duplicate. Now these guys will be our default stats. So for the iron sword or for the iron body, I'm going to actually reset everything. And here I'll just say default armor. The default sword, I'll say default sword. And the damage I'll say is 1 by default. Or actually, let's say 2. Now the rest doesn't really matter. We can just say the default sword. Because this isn't an actual item we'll have in the game. It's just to represent our stats. And you'll see why we do this a little later. Okay, so now that we have everything set up, we need to actually start setting up our scene. Now the scene setup is not going to be actually too complicated. Here, all I need to do is set or add my inventory main to my inventory scene here. Next, I'm going to add a grid. Scroll up, grid container. This is going to be our grid container. So I'll rename this to grid. This is going to be where I put my inventory slots. Now, next, what we want to do is we want to add equipment. But our equipment is going to be our own node that we create. Now, what I mean by this is inside of our inventory slot here, what we're going to start doing in the next part is we're going to take a look at how we can create our own node from scratch. Because here we extend node, but we want to create our own node. And we'll take a look at what that looks like in just a second. All right, so now that we have our inventory slot here, to create a new node using this script, what we can do is create something called a class name. Now we already did this, but this time we're using an extend node. So let's take a look at how this might work. we're going to create this class name called inventory slot. And instead of extending node, we're going to extend panel container. So now what we can do is if I close the script, just as an example, well, it is an example, but we're actually going to use this. If I search up inventory or slot, okay, I'm going to have to actually save. So here I need to make sure I Control S, and then try one more time. Here we go. We have our inventory slot. I can create this as its own item or as its own node. Now this slot is technically a panel container, right? But here it says inventory slot just because it has the script attached to it. Now the coolest part about this is in my inventory here, what I could do now is, let's say I create a ready function. So that's not a ready function. The cool part is if I say create variable slot is equal to inventory slot, because now it's a class that I can call, and then say .new, I can add a child slot. Now the cool part is, let me hit play within this scene. This will add a new slot. So if I go to the remote section, you'll see I now have 2 slots, whereas here I only had 1. So this is how we will actually fill our inventory slot grid through this. Now, to kind of extend on this example, you can also do this using any already pre-built node inside of Godot. So here I could create a label, right? So here, let's add a label. Let's go to our remote section. And here I now have a label. Additionally, we can also start editing some things and properties from this label. Obviously here it's called slot, but I'm going to call slot.text equal to my name is CodingQuest. And if I hit play, you will see a label on the top left that has that property. So this is kind of the advantage to what we're going to be using. We're going to essentially create some slots. Let me just Control Z here, and fill in our inventory slot. Now let's complete our inventory slot first, because we'll kind of be confused on what we're doing in here and what we're filling in until I actually do this. So in our inventory slot here, we're going to start filling in some things. Now the first thing we'll need is an export variable called variable type. And there's a reason we're going to export this. I'll show you in just a second. We're going to get the item data.type. So we'll export all the types of the item data, right? So now if I actually close this, you will see here, I can now pick what sort of item this is. Now the advantage of this specifically, the reason we're exporting it is because now I can create equipment system using this same slot. And we'll do that a little later. So let's just go back to our script and we'll continue this. Next, we need to initialize our slot here. To do that, we'll say init t item data dot type. We'll initialize the item data, CMS, and then vector 2. This is the size that will actually have our, this is going to return void. So here we go, let's say void. This is the size of our actual inventory panel slot. So here I can say type is equal to t, and then I can say CMS, custom minimum size is equal to CMS, so custom minimum size, right? So this custom minimum size, what this is if I close this real quick, is in my layout. So if I add this to my grid, you will see that my inventory slot disappeared. And that is because even though, well, I guess technically now it's just 0, 0, this, I can't actually edit the size of my panel or my inventory panel. Here, I can change the size of this to 64 by 64 or 32 by 32, whatever I want. So here, I need to make sure I change my minimum size. All right. So let's make sure that we just have that outside for now. Let's head back to our script here. All right. Next, we're going to add a function called function and drop item data. This is going to allow us to have a true or false. It's going to return true or false and tell us whether or not we can drop data or not at a certain position. Now, if we can, right, we're going to call another function called drop data, and this is going to return void. So here we can actually pass. Here, I'll just return false for now, so that way we get rid of that error. Next, we're going to have a physics process function, which we'll actually return to a little later. But this is where I'm going to check for equipment. and adjust stats. So this is something we'll do a little later, but for now, we'll just have it in so that way we remember that we're going to need it. Next, we're going to add a GUI input. Now, a GUI input is a function that allows us to detect some sort of input only within, not only the script, but only within this actual item. So what do I mean by this? Well, if here I actually print event and I hit play, let's say if you tried this before, right? Event should print like mouse motion and stuff. But the cool part about this is because this is a control node specifically, right? A panel container is part of the control node family. So here you can see it says control. This, if I head back to my game here, let me just play again, will only print if my mouse is within this control. So here you can see there's motion. I can click and you will see the mouse button. Here we go. And we can detect things only within the specific script. So this is going to allow us to check for a very specific thing within this specific slot. Okay? All right. So, and this is where we're going to be using a lot of using buttons and using like our items and stuff like that. So this specifically will actually be using our items. Okay. Let's get started with our canDrop function. So here we're returning false by default, which is actually correct. But, well, it's correct and not correct. What we want to do here is we want to first check to see if the data is inventory item. Now, inventory item is another class that we're going to need to make. So let's actually make that before we continue so I don't error here. Here, I'm going to create a class name, inventory item, and this is going to extend. Let me extend, just double check, the texture rectangle. Texture rect. So this is going to essentially represent our sprite. Think of it as kind of a sprite, but this texture rectangle specifically is a control node. So texture rect, you can see here that it inherits the control node properties. So it's just to display a texture. But it's also a control node, so that's kind of why we're using it. Okay, so let's pop this back out, go back to our inventory slot, and now we can continue this. So here, what else I need to do or check for is if the type is equal to the item data dot type dot main. I want to check to see if this is our main inventory slot. If it is, we'll also check to see if the child count is 0. And what this is to check to see if we have an item or not. So what we're going to end up doing is when we drop the data or drop an item in a slot, we're going to actually add a physical item into that slot. So it's going to be an actual node that gets dropped into that child. So if I do that, the child count will be 1, not 0. So if it is 0, this means that I can return. This means that there is space to return on the inventory slot. Otherwise, I will return getChild 0 dot data type equal to data dot type. Now, the data is something that we'll have to adjust later, so don't worry too much about understanding this because we haven't finished it just yet. But next, we'll create a if statement here, or check an if statement. We'll say if type is equal to data dot get parent dot type. There we go. Type. If it is, then we'll return true. Now, lastly, we'll say if else here, and then we'll return false on the else. Okay, so here I might have to make sure that this gets saved in order for this to actually work. Okay, and I'm going to close my game here so I don't get an error. Okay, so hopefully, okay, so we're missing some things. Okay, so right here, this is missing an else statement. So over here, we'll need an else statement here. So here we'll return the data.data.type equal to type. So this is going to return a true or false depending on if this is true or not, right? Okay, so this is our canDrop. Now, if we can drop something, I want to drop something. To do that, I will first check to see if the child count is bigger than 0. If it is, that means there is an item that we're currently dropping into this item or into this slot. So what we'll say is variable item is equal to get child. We'll get the item that is kind of in the slot right now, and then we'll say if item is equal to data, we'll just return. This basically means item. This means that I'm trying to replace a slot with the same item. So then I can just return. I don't have to actually change anything. Next, I can just item reparent data.getParent. Then outside of this if statement, I will say data.reparent self. Here, we'll reparent our self, the item that is kind of currently in our hand, into the inventory slot. But if there is an inventory, or if there's an item already in that slot, we'll reparent the item there into the previous slot that we were in. Okay, so now this is kind of our general logic for our inventory slot. Let's take a look at our inventory item, as this is where some of the things actually happen for our actual item. All right, next up in our inventory item, we're going to start editing some things in here. First, we will export our data. Now, this is the data that we've been talking about this entire time, right? This is where the data will be stored. Now, the data that's storing or that's being stored is an item data resource. Now, we can create a ready function and say if data. We'll start to fill in some things that we need. First, we'll say expand mode is equal to texture rect expand mode ignore size. Here we go. We'll also say stretch mode is equal to okay, there we go. Error is gone. Texture rect dot stretch mode aspect centered. Next, we will say texture is equal to data dot item texture. Next, we'll fill in the tooltip. The tooltip is a very cool thing. It essentially allows us to hover an item and some text will appear. So this is kind of where the description will become. So here we can fill in a name. We'll put in %s. So we'll fill in that information in just a second. We'll say new line, %s. Maybe I'll just copy this so it's a little easier to put. New line. And then we'll say stats. Actually, no space there. Stats, space, new line, or sorry, Control S, and then damage, then defense, and then maybe the health as well. So now what we can do on this line, we'll put our %, and then an array with the information we want to fill. That information is going to be the item name, the data dot description, then the data dot item defense or damage, and I'll just copy this. So this one will be item defense, and then this one is item health. So hopefully that should be right. Okay, so let's go to the new line. All right, so now what we can check for is if the item is stackable. If it is stackable, that means I want to create a count number right below. To do this, what we can do is create a new label. To do that, we actually already kind of went through an example. I just create a new label like so. Next, I can just start adjusting its properties. The text I'll add is a string of the data.count. The position of this, I'm going to set it to be vector 2, 24, and 16. Now this you can adjust to whatever you'd like later. This is kind of something I found it works kind of good enough. It's in the decent position. Next, I'll just add child and then add the label. Okay, so this is our ready function complete. Next, I'm going to initialize our function here. Now make sure that when you initialize, you do not have the underscore. The underscore is not very different, but it is different than having this. So here I'm going to initialize the item data, and this is going to return void, and we'll just say data is equal to D. Okay, next we'll create a function called get drag data. Here we'll just pass for now, and we'll create one more function called make drag preview. Preview. There we go, preview. It's going to be at position, and I'm actually just going to copy this. but here I'm going to return a control node. Next, in here, we'll do this part first because this is the preview and then this is the get preview. So here in the make preview, I'm going to create two new nodes. The first new node is to represent the actual image that I have. So to do that, I'll create a texture rectangle, a .new, .new like so. We'll get the texture and we'll say texture is equal to self.texture. We'll get the expand mode, and I'm actually going to just copy this right here. And then after that, I will say t.custom minimum size is equal to self.size. We'll say t.modulate.a equal to 0.5. Now, if you're wondering what this is the modulation.a. So what that is let's go to our inventory slot, go to visibility, modulate. And if we look at the A, this is kind of the invisibility tab. So 0.5 would be in the middle, and this just makes it slightly transparent. So this will kind of give it that effect that I'm dragging my item. Okay, next, I want to say t.position is equal to vector2 minus at position. Next, I want to create a control node because I'm supposed to return a control node here. I'll create a control .new. I'll say c.addChild. I'm going to add that texture that I created and then return C. Now for the get preview, I'll just say get set drag preview, preview to the make drag preview, which I just created, and pass through the position. Then I will return self. All right, so this should be it. This is my entire inventory item script. So next, we will head back to our inventory main and start filling in our inventory because we don't have any slots right now to test anything with. And before we continue, actually, we now need to create our global script. This global script will create a new folder for it, for global. If we ever add anything global, it will be in here. We'll add a new script in here. New script, we'll call this game. Now, the reason we're doing this is because we want to essentially globalize a lot of our things. The one thing we're going to globalize first is player health. We're going to default this as an int to, let's say, 5. We'll create a player health max. This will be, 5 by default as well. Can't be bigger than or smaller than the player health. We'll create a right hand equipped for item data. Now, this is kind of where we start to go into the reason we created the default resource. So we'll also create a body equipped item data. Next, we'll create a variable player damage. This will keep track of how much damage we do. Equal to 0. Variable player defense as an int equal to 0. And we'll say variable. Nope, that's it for now. Next, we'll actually load our items though globally. So we'll also create an items tab here. And, oops, it's going to be a dictionary, not an array. Here I can actually say dictionary. And then here I will say longsword. And then I'll load or preload the longsword. So here I should be able to say longsword. Okay, maybe not. So if it doesn't pop up, that's okay. What we can do here is we'll close this, go to our scripts, and we now want to find that longsword I've created over here. So now I will pop this into the new row. So we'll load in all our items that we have. So we have a longsword, we have an iron sword, but we also have a small potion. Okay, here we'll just load in the small potion. Make sure that this is correct. Here we go. Iron sword. Here we go. We load in all these items. Okay, we'll delete that. There we go. So now we have our items globally accessible. Now what we can do is actually one more thing we'll create is a gold variable. Here I'll just default this to 100. This will be for a little later, but we'll just add it now for Why not? Okay, so now let's head back to our inventory main here. And this is where I'm going to start adding my inventory items. First, I'm going to export a variable called inventory size and equal to 24. I'm going to onReady variable grid, and I'm going to get a node grid. This will just allow me to access the grid inventory a little faster. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to for I in range of our inventory size. So I want to loop 24 times. Every time I do, I'm going to create a new slot. Now, every time I create this new slot, though, I need to initialize it. Because if you remember, we created an initialize function. So init, and then we're going to pass through item data dot type main. So we're going to initialize every single inventory to main, and then we're going to give it a size of 32 by 32. Then I'm going to get my grid and then add the child there. Now that's it. So now if I hit play, I should be able to just hit play. And here's my inventory. Now this obviously isn't perfect because I need to now head back to my inventory grid here and go to columns and either do 4 or 6. So 4 would give you a 4 by 6 and 6 would give you, well, a 6 by 4, right? So it's up to you. Now let's hit play one more time. And now, here we go. So I kind of think I'll do a 6 by 4 instead. I think that might look a little nicer. I'll kind of move this right here. And now we can start, we can actually delete this guy. I'll add it a little later. But for now, let's hit play one more time. And now we have our items. Now, the issue is we need to now add items. So to add an item, we'll create a new function called add item. This will pass through the item name as a string and will return void. So what we need to do, is create a new inventory item. So we say inventory item.new. We'll initialize this item. So we'll init, we'll say initialize with the game.items, items that we just globalized. We'll call in the item name. Okay, so the game is not global because I haven't globalized it. So let's head to our project settings, go to auto load, and we need to auto load our script. So let's add it. And this has enabled our global variable. You can even see global variable. And if we close this, head back to our script, this will now be globalized. All right. So sometimes you still have an error, but that's okay. It'll go away eventually. Now what we can do, there you go. See, it's gone away already. So now what we can do is check to see if the item is stackable. The reason is because if this item is stackable, there's something else we need to do. Now, if it's not stackable, the answer is actually quite easy. All we need to do is for I in the inventory size, and you can probably guess why we're doing this. We need to find an empty slot. If an item is not stackable, like a sword, and I want to put it in my inventory, well, I need to find an empty inventory slot to put it in. So this is actually quite easy. All I'll do is for loop through the inventory, and then I'll check to see if the grid.getChild at child I and the getChild count of that child is equal to 0. If it is, that means the inventory or that slot specifically is empty. So what I can do is say grid.getChild I dot add child item. Now, if I do find it, I will just break. I no longer need to continue looping through my inventory. Now here, it's a little more complicated because now I need to find if the item is stackable. I need to first find if I have this item or not. So similarly, I will for loop through the inventory first. Then I will check to see, I'll just copy this right here. I'll check to see, another way we can do this is to see if it's greater than 0. That means there is an inventory in that slot. So if there is an item, right, or if the child count is greater than 0, that means there is an item in that said slot. Now, if there is an item, well, you can probably guess what I want to do is now see if that item is equal to the item I'm trying to add. So here, what I can do is check to see if the grid.getChild I dot getChild 0. This is the dot data, and we'll check to see if the item dot data is equal to that. we'll see if the data is equal to the item data. So meaning it's just the same item, right? Now, if it is, then that means we found our item in our inventory. So what we'll do is we'll update the counter, then we'll update the label counter. Now, at this point, this is where I don't actually need to add child. I just need to do this. I just need to update the counter and update the label. So to do this, I will just get grid here. I'll just get all this, I'll copy this, and then dot data, and then dot count plus equals 1. Next, I can copy paste it again, but instead of dot child, I'll get child one more time because this is my label. So now I have access to my label. I'll edit the text. So now I can just make it equal to the item. I'll copy this part right here. I'll get the string of this. So copy the count into the text. Now, once I do that, what I'll do is I'll go to the next line here. I will just break. This means I have found our item and I've just added it. Now what I can do here is add an else statement, and I will add the item if I can't find it. So if I can't find the item, I will simply add the item. Right? That means I don't have it. And then here I can break again. Okay, so now that we've created our add item function, we can just add an item, and then we can say longsword. We can add an item, small potion. Now do make sure that the name here has to be the same as this. So here it has to be capital S. Maybe I'll just make sure that these are all the same. So small potion, etc. We'll hit close. We'll hit play. And now you can see I've added my items. And I should be able to drag and drop them. Okay, cool. So this is very neat. Now the question is, what if I want to use this item? Specifically the misc item. What if I want to right click and use this? And obviously, okay, you can also see here, when I hover it, you see the description, which is very cool. So, okay, now let's head into our inventory slot, I believe. Yeah, so this is where we will actually be checking for equipment. We'll also be able to use the equipment. So let's take a look at how we'll do that. All right, so back in our inventory slot here, what we're going to do is we're going to do our GUI input first. So this is to use a misc item. So to do this, we'll check the event first. We want to check to see if the event is an input event mouse button. If we're clicking, then I now want to check what sort of clicking we're doing. Well, what I can do here is I can check to see the button index. This is to check if I'm clicking left or right clicking, or middle click technically. But here I want to check for a right click specifically. Now if you want left click, I believe it's 0. If you want middle click, I think it's 1, but don't quote me on that, I might be wrong. Here we can say event, and event button mask is equal to 0. This button mask will check to see if I'm clicking up or down. This will be like, it's kind of like a release or press down, right? So here, this is release. So now if I am right clicking and I'm releasing my button, then I will say get child count greater than 0. Oops. Greater than 0. Then that means there's an item in that slot that I'm clicking in. If the get child 0 is data.type is an item data.type .misc. That means it's a miscellaneous item and I want to use it. So to use it, what I'll do is I'll say game dot heal player. So this is a function I'll call with the game dot, or sorry, not game dot, we'll get the child 0 dot data dot item health. Here I'm going to use the item health to heal myself. Now this function I need to create, otherwise I'll error. So let's go to game and create this function. And for now we'll just pass. And here I need to pass through health. This will be an int. We'll pass through health and we'll return void, I believe, at the moment. Okay, so now that we have that function, hopefully we don't error. Next, we will get child 0. And we want to update the count. So to do this, we say dot data dot count minus equals 1 because we're using 1, right? Next, I want to update the counter, the label. To do that, we can say getChild.getChild0 again, .text is equal to the new data. I'll just copy paste this string of that data. And then after that, I want to check to see if this data count is less than or equal to 0. If it is, that means, I'm out of items, right? So now, now I want to getChild dot do free, because this means that the item I'm using is all used up, right? GetChild0, there we go. So there we go, this is our usable item. So in fact, we can actually test this out by hitting play. And here we should be able to right-click and use our item. Now, of course, nothing happens because we haven't used or implemented our heal functionality yet, but we'll do that a little later. Okay, next, for the equipment, what we'll do is actually not too hard. Here, what we'll say is if getChildCount, getChild count is greater than 0, that means we have an item in this slot. If we do, we'll get the item. We'll just assign it a variable by saying getChild0. We will match the type, right? So the type in this slot itself to the item that is equipped. So we'll match the type, the item that's equipped. So we'll say item data dot type dot weapon. Weapon. Here we go. If it is a weapon, then what I want to do is I want to fill in the game.rightHand equipped with the item.data. This will, data, there we go. So this will fill in my game right hand with the item that is equipped. So essentially, if I have this item, or if this inventory slot is a equipment item, right, or an equipment slot, and I have this certain type of data inside of it, then I'm going to fill in my right hand equipped with this data. Now, alternatively, we might have, now this is kind of up to you, so you can start implementing the body, the right hand, left hand, etc. I'm only going to do the weapon and the body. So here in the body.equipped, I will say body equipped, item data. Now, otherwise, so this is almost like saying else. If it's else, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to load in the body equipped and the right hand data with the default stats. So this is going to be my default stats. So here I have default sword. So this one should actually be on the next one, sorry. Let's load this for our right hand. And then this one, I'm going to load in the default armor. So here we now have our default armor and our default sword being equipped if I don't have this equipped or this equipped. And this will work for each slot independently. So now if I close this, we now need to set up our inventory equipment stuff. So let's take a look at how we can do that. It's actually not too hard. All I need to do is search up inventory slot, add my inventory slot here, and now I need to just assign each one of these. So what I can do here is I can zoom in here a little bit. I can duplicate this a few times, and now I can rename this to what I need. So first, I'll rename one to right hand. I'll rename this to body. I'll rename this to head. I'll rename this to legs. And this to feet. And this one we won't need, so I'll delete that. Now I can start moving everything around as I want it. So this is my head. This is my right hand, so I'll put that over here. These are my legs, so I'll put that right there. This is my body, so I'll put that there. My head, and this is my right hand. So here's my kind of equipment system. Now if I hit play, actually, sorry, before we do that, let's just close one more time. And now we need to make sure that the type is all correct. So here, this is a weapon, so that's correct. The body type, I need to select body. The head, I need to select head. Here we go. The legs, I need to select legs. And feet, I need to select feet. All right, so now if I hit play, I should be able to go into my inventory and drag this into my weapon system, but not my body or head. Now, if I drop this in, you will see in my remote section, in my game, you will now see the right hand is equipped with the longsword.tress. However, if I head back to my game and unequip this, you will see it returns to the default sword. So that is our equipment system. So our equipment system now essentially works. And inside of this, we have all these stats that I might need. Okay. Now in the next part, we'll take a look at how we can continue our GUI system, because here I don't believe we're completely finished, so we'll kind of continue our whole GUI system. All right, next we're going to start filling in our profile. Because right now, if I hit play, and I head into my system here, go to profile, nothing's here. And I go back to inventory, here's my inventory, equip stuff, but I want to be able to see my stats. Now, okay, what we'll do is we will create our profile by right-clicking our profile, save branch as seen, and we can save it in our GUI. Save. We'll head into our profile here. I will add a script. I'll save this script in my scripts folder, player, GUI, open V8. I will, now we want to add some things in this to create. All I'm going to do is add a label. Now this label, I'm just going to test some things. This is a test. Text, yeah. And now I can just drag this out, and I want to just put this where it would be in my profile. So here, if I actually hit save, I'm going to close my inventory, go to my GUI. So this is where the text will show. So here, I'm going to center the text, and I'll just kind of drag it where I would want it to be in my GUI, and there we go. Of course, alternatively, you could just use this profile and move this around. But I'm just going to do it in my profile. It's really up to you. Now here, I'm going to rename this to stats label, head into my script here. And now I'm going to pop this out, and we're going to create a process function. Now I'm just going to say this, even though I probably shouldn't. This is not good practice to do. You don't want to just add everything into a process function. You would ideally want to update the text every time you hit escape. So ideally, you would have a function instead that updates the text, and then you would call it through here whenever you hit play. So this is not good practice, but I'm just going to do it anyways because it's quick and easy. What we'll do is we'll say get node stats label. We'll edit the text equal to a string, not delta. We'll hit enter. We'll say player health. Player health. Space, I will put in %s, and now I'm going to hit enter, copy this, and paste it a few times. This I'm going to remove or replace with attack. This is going to be defense. This is going to be level, and this is going to be XP. Now, these obviously don't exist yet, or some of these don't. So let's head back to our game script here, and let's start adding in some of the things that we'll need eventually. So here, I'm going to create a variable called current XP. This will be an integer equal to 0. Next, I'm going to have a variable XP to next level as an int, be equal to 100 by default. We'll have our player level as an int equal to 1 by default. Now, lastly, we'll have another thing called shopping. This will be a Boolean that we'll use a little later. So don't worry too much about this. When we add our shop, you'll see why we need this. Okay, let's head back to our profile. And now I need to fill in the information. So let's hit %array. And now we want to fill in the game.player health. We want to add our game dot player damage. Right, for the attack. We want the game.player defense. And we want the game.player level. Then game.current XP. And then game.xp to next level. Now, back over here, we're actually going to have to add a /%. So this will just show us how much XP we need to get to the next level. So let's hit close and see if this works. So let's hit play. And immediately should error if we don't. Okay, so cool, it works. Here we go. Now we can go in and out. Now if I equip something, you will not see anything happen. And the reason is because we don't actually update the player damage depending on where we need it to be. So the player damage, think of the player damage and all that stuff as the total player damage. Now we want to have a total that we add to it with our stats. So let's take a look at how we can do that. All right, so in our script here, we're going to head over to our game script and pop this out. And at the very bottom, we're going to, actually in between this, we'll create a function process. And in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say player damage is equal to right hand equipped dot item damage. And this is now where you would add other things. So for example, I can add the body equipped dot item damage. Now, obviously, my body equipped doesn't have damage, but we'll change it in just a second to test this out. Now here, I can change the item defense. Similarly, put the item defense here. I'm going to say item defense. The same thing for the body equipped. And now this will essentially give me a total of, well, all my player damage and all my player defense. But let's take a look at how this might work. Let's go to my iron. Well, I should probably add body. So let's say iron body. Let's go into this iron body here. Change this to iron body. We will scroll up, find some armor. We'll go over here. Here we go. And we'll change the type to body. We'll change the defense to 5 as well. And this is an iron body armor. I'm going to need to load this in my game script. So over here, I will control paste, body iron armor. And then I need to load the body iron body. There we go. All right, so that's our script added. Now let's add this in my main slot here. Here, I'm just going to add it. So I'll say iron body. We'll add this item. We'll hit play. And now when I hit escape, okay, so here we have an error because iron body doesn't exist. So here I said iron armor. So let's say iron body. Play one more time. Here, if I go to here, we'll pop this in. And if we can go to profile and we can see the attack is 2, which doesn't seem right. So let's go to over here. Okay, so here we can see that the long sword is equipped and the iron body is equipped. So that's correct. Now here, if we go into this, it says item defense 5. And here we have 0. So we should have a total of 5. So this is not being updated, which is weird. Now, we also have the player health, which is correct. The attack should be, okay, so the attack should be 3 plus 5, so it should be 8, but it's 2. So let's take a look at why this is not working. So here we have player damage is equal to right hand equipped dot item damage. This doesn't seem to be working. So, okay, I see the problem. So the problem is this script is not being updated. So actually, if I hit escape and then try it again, you'll see that it works. But what was happening is the script, the game script, is being paused because I'm pausing my screen. So what I want to do is on function ready, I'm going to say self.process_mode is equal to mode process always. Okay, so this will allow my script to always run even when my game is paused. So now when I hit play, now it should work properly. So hit play, pop this in, and you can see the stats being changed. Okay, now what we want to do now is, before we kind of head to the next part, is I want to fix our GUI. So let's go into our GUI here, and in the ready function, I want to hide a few things. So first, I'm going to get node. I'm going to say get node profile. Here we go, this guy, and I'll hide this by default. So by default, I will have the inventory selected. So to do that as well, I will also disable the inventory button by default. So this kind of gives it that effect that I'm by default looking into my inventory slot. Okay, so now what we can do is we'll also get node. We will get the HP bar, and we'll say dot max value is equal to game dot player max health. Now, we'll also start implementing the health in just a minute, but this will just allow us to fill in the HP bar. Okay, so let's hit play to double check this works. All right, there we go. We can see our inventory slot is selected. I can unselect or whatever, and there we go. So now everything works pretty nicely. All right. Okay, next, we want to start doing a bit of weird stuff because we want to implement the health and stuff, but we also want to start implementing damage. Now, let's close our GUI, close our profile for now. We'll head back to our player in our script here, and if you recall, in our hit thing, over here, we're doing 2, but now I want to say game.playerDamage. Now this will do the amount of damage I should be doing. Now at the very top, we can delete the health. At the very bottom, we can now go over here and change this to game.playerHealth. Now here's the thing though, is I want to now also apply the defense that I, added, right? So how do I do that? Well, it's kind of up to you in this sense that you can kind of create your own calculations, whether or not you want to have like some weird calculations. I'm going to do a very flat damage. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to say, or check to see, or I'm going to create a damage done. This is going to be equal to damage minus the game.player defense. And then I'm going to check to see if damage done is greater than 0, then this is where I will actually do damage. Okay? Now, here, the damage done, though, will be reduced here. So this is the amount of damage I will do to my health only if it's greater than 0. Now, here, I want to check to see if it's less than or equal to 0. If it is, then we die just the same way we just did. Now, I'm only going to get hit, though, if this goes off. So here, I can say just hit is equal to true. Okay? Now, that is pretty much it. Here is our damage done. Now, what else do we want to do? We also want to implement our health system, the player. To do this, we're going to create a custom signal. Now, custom signals are pretty cool. Let me show you an example first before we head into this. So if I create a new node here, create a random node, it doesn't really matter. I'll make a built-in script, and I'm going to create, but before I do that actually, let me show you the signals. So here on the top right, in the node section, if I select the node, you will see a bunch of signals. Now the question is, what if I want my own signal? Well, it's not too hard. I can create a signal called custom signal. Hit save. I don't have to save the scene because now we see it here, custom signal. And this is how we create a custom signal. Now, if I want to pass through some sort of variable, you can now see that it says damage variant. Of course, I can initialize it to an int. And there we go. Now the damage is an int. So this is how I create a custom signal. Let me close this. I'm going to discard it. That was just an example. Now in my game script, I'm going to create a global variable called health changed. This is going to pass through a damage variable. I'm going to have one more for later called level up. And this is going to be a level up signal. Now, in order to make these work, we're going to go to the bottom. We're going to, in our heal player, I'm going to say self.emit signal health changed. When I emit the signal, I'm going to pass through the negative amount. The reason is because this is to heal the player. Now, I'm going to have another function. Let's finish this one first, and then we'll do the other one. Here, what I'll say is player health plus equals. Okay, so here I actually need to change this to amount there. Player health plus equal amount. And then I'll check to see if the player health is greater than the player max health. If it is, I want to set the player health to the max. The reason we do this is, well, because I don't want to overheal, right? Unless that is something you want to do. But now what I'll do is I'm going to copy paste this function. and rename this one to damage player. And this will say, we'll emit the signal damage changed. Here we'll do the same thing, the amount. Now here I'm going to remove this because here I'm going to be subtracting damage. Okay, so these are our functions that we want to add. Now the question is, well, what about the damage done, or damage player, sorry. Well, in our player script, we can go to player, and we want to damage the player if, here we go, in the hit function, here we go. So instead of damage done right here, where we subtract the damage done, now I can just call the function that I just created called damage player, or damage player, and pass through damage done. Now the reason we're doing all this, by the way, is specifically for our GUI. So let's open our GUI one more time. Let's open this guy up. And now this is where I want to create a new function on the bottom called onNode health changed. We're going to pass through a damage as a int. Yeah, we'll pass through an int. And this is going to be a function where we tween the HP bar. So we're going to tween. So to tween, we need to create a tween. We will tween dot tween property. Yeah, okay, so there we go. The thing that we're going to tween is going to be the HP bar, which we don't have. So let's actually onReady variable this at the top. We'll say onReady variable HP bar is equal to getNode. Now I can call the HP bar here, and at the bottom we can call the HP bar. We can tween the value. The value, I'll set it to HP bar dot value minus the damage done, and we'll do this over a period of 0.2 seconds. Okay, so now what we want to do is at the very top, we want to connect the signal. To do this, we will say variable game node is equal to get node game dot get path. This will get us the path to the game script globally. So now we have access to the game as a variable. Now what we'll do, the reason we do this is because now I want to say game.node dot health changed dot connect to callable, and here we'll say self, then we will copy this new thing that we just created and pass it as a string, and this will pass through the signal. So every time I change my health, every time this signal is shot at basically through the game, we will connect it here and we'll pick it up. We'll pick up that signal through this script. And then every time I lose damage or gain health or whatever, it will change my HP bar. Now here, when I hit play, I should be able to take damage now. And it doesn't seem to be updated, so let's take a look at what's happening. Let's go to my inspector here. Their health is 1, so it should have changed. So something is going on. Something not good is going on, so let's take a look. The damage player is not working. So let's take a look at if I'm actually damaging the player. So here, what we can do to kind of debug this in a sense, I will, well, here actually I should be adding the amount. Maybe that's why. So here, let's try one more time. Okay, there we go. So now it should be working functionally. All right, there we go. And we lost all our health. Game over. And there we go. So now, actually, let's try the health potion as well. So let me just lose damage. Okay, so I lost some health. Let me right click, and you can see here that I added some health. Now it was pretty immediate, so let's take a look as to why that is. Here, heal player, player mount, amount negative. Okay, so it should be working, but one thing we're going to add here is a background for our image, because this looks nice, but we want to make it a little better. Now, the reason I didn't add a image for this before from our texture is let's find our UI big piece here, drag this in, and I'm going to go to region, enable, and edit region. And now I can select the health bar that I want, and I will select this one. This is the health bar I'm going to select. Close, and now I can move this in, put this behind my HP bar, and just drag it to be a little bigger. Let me fill this in to 100 so I know how much it should have. Here I can just start dragging this guy to be a little bigger, like so. And then I can turn off the grid snap if I need. And now here I can just drag this in to fit the HP bar, like so. I'll just drag it in like this, maybe all the way right there. And right there, I believe. Okay, so there we go. There's our HP bar. It's not perfect, but it should now look a little nicer visually. Now if we hit play, I lose some health. Now it actually looks like I lost some health. And if I right click, okay, so it does animate. It was just really quick. There we go. Okay, so there's our system. There's quite a bit, and it looks quite nice. So let's take a look at what we're going to do next. Right, next, now that we have a nice system here and everything is working relatively well, we're now going to implement a way to drop items from our monster. So right now, I can walk up to him, kill him, hopefully without dying. Okay, well, I died. Kind of tried to bug out the game there. Let's actually equip some stuff, see if I can kill him. Okay, there we go. One shot him, but he doesn't drop anything. So we want to make a way so that he drops stuff, and I can pick it up or whatever. Now, of course, you could just have the monster die and then drop them right away, but I want a more visual effect. So let's create an area 3D as our base here. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to search up some items. Now, the first one I'm going to have is a sword. Let's find a sword, and here in the K kit, we can find some swords. Now, it's kind of up to you. You can use the two-handed, you can use this, whatever you'd like. So I'm going to put this guy in, and then there's also a body armor. Now, to get the armor, I don't think we actually have it, so what we'll have to do is we're going to cheat a little bit, and we're going to find the knight, drag him in, we're going to make it local, and then we're going to steal his body armor. There we go, his knight body. I'm going to steal this guy. Alright, so let's make this local as well. We'll drag this in. And we'll rename this to sword. Rename this to body. And one more item we'll have is beer. We search up beer. Okay, not beer. The other one was called... I don't remember what it was called, but let's go into the FBX here, and we can probably just find it. Oh, mug, here we go, so mug full. But we'll make this local. And I'll rename this to potion. I'll use this as the potion. Obviously, I don't have a mesh of a potion, but this is going to work fine. So now I'm going to reset everything to 0, 0. Here we go. Reset everything to 0, 0. Now, the potion, I'm just going to move it up a little bit. That way it doesn't go into the floor. Now I'm going to add a new thing here called Collision Shape 3D. This is going to be the collision that I use to pick up our item. I'll make this a little higher here. I'll rename this to item object. I'll save this into my scenes. I'll save this into my... Maybe I'll make a new object here. Or actually, I'll just save it right here, because we're going to have this be slightly dynamic. Now we'll add a new script. We'll add this as non-built-in script for our scripts folder, player, UI, inventory. We'll add it here. Create. I will delete this code, and I'm just going to connect our body entered node here. I'll pop this out. Now what I want to do is a few things. First, let's do the pickup. The pickup is not too hard. All I need to do is check to see if it's in the group player. Right, because hopefully it's a player that's picking up this item, not a monster. Now, what we'll do here is I'm going to match RNG. Now, the reason we're doing this is because I'm going to randomize the item. So I'm going to create a new variable called RNG outside of this. If it's 0, what I'll do is I'll get node, and I want to add the item longsword, probably. So what we'll do is we need to get access to our monster, or to our inventory. Now to do this, we need to first figure out how am I going to do this pathing. So I'm going to close this, go to level 1, and I'm going to create a few new nodes here. Node 3Ds. I'm going to duplicate this a few times. I'm going to rename this to monsters. Monsters. I'm going to rename this one to projectiles. I'm going to rename this one to objects. And this one to items. So the objects will be things like torches and kind of environmental things. Now the items is where I'm going to add my item. So what I'll do here, I'm going to add my item object into my scene. Make sure it's a child of this. Make sure I save this so I can see the script here. Now I will drag in my GUI. This will give me the path to my GUI. I can copy paste this here. But now we're not done, because now what we need to do is get the path of the inventory. Right? So back to my item object, I need to say /container/inventory. And now I have access to my inventory script, which in here I have the add item. Now just remember, in order to add an item, I need to make sure that the name is the right name. In here, I can say longsword, but it has to be the same one. Okay, now we'll head back to the script. And what we'll do is we'll match the other numbers. So here, this actually has to be on the next line. We'll do 1. We'll copy paste this. One more time. 2. Copy paste. And then outside of this, I'm going to say self.hide. Actually, sorry. I'm going to say self.q3 for now. There we go. So no matter what I pick up, obviously I should self.q3 outside of the match function, sorry. Now here, I'm going to change these. So 1 will be the small potion. Small potion. The third one, we can make it be the iron body. Copy paste that. Iron body. And now what I want to do is I want to make my RNG work though. So to do this, I will make sure this is an int. I will say ready function. What we'll do is we will say RNG is equal to Randy range from 0 to 2. We'll get node potion, dot hide. We'll get node sword dot hide. We're just hiding all the meshes right now. The body dot hide. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to match the RNG, just like I did before. I'll match 0. So 0 should be the sword. So I'll get the sword and show it. If it's 1, that should be the small potion. So I'll get the small potion. I'll hide this, or sorry, I'll show this. If it's 2, that means it's the body. If it is the body, I'll show the body. And that should be it. Now, this is pretty much our general logic. Now, one thing I want to do is I want to kind of create a floating effect with our object. So to do this, what I'll do is, or not a floating effect, sorry, a randomized spawning position. So to do this, I'll create a tween. That's not a tween, create tween. I'll say variable RNG position. This is going to be a vector 3. We're going to randomize the X range from -1 to 1. We're going to randomize the Z. We're going to say Randy range from -1 to 1. And the Y needs to be 1. So by default, the Y needs to be 1. Otherwise, if it's 0, it'll be in the floor. If it's 2, it'll be too high, etc. Right? Now we can tween the property of self. We're going to tween the position to position plus the RNG position that I just made over a time of 0.5. This has to be inside of a string like so. So there we go. All right, so now I'll close this. I'll head into my monster. So let's find our monster here. I'll pop this into the monsters tab. We'll go over here. And now what I can do is I can load the item object that I just created. So to do that, what I'll do is at the very top, I will maybe right here, I'll say onReady variable item object bean is equal to preload item object. And now what I want to do is I want to find where I die. So where do I die? Well, in my death function, so in the death function right here, this is where I'm going to add this. So to do this, I will randomize the object by saying rng.randy randy range. And essentially, this is going to be a random number between 2 and 4. This is going to be how many items I spawn. We'll for loop I in RNG. We'll create the item object temp as the item object scene dot instantiated. So this is going to create a new object for us. Let me actually pop this out so it's a bit easier to see. We'll get access to this temp. We will say dot global position equal to self dot global position. And then all we need to do is get access to the items tab. So this guy right here, I need to get access to this. So I'll remove that and say get node items. So I'll make sure the path is correct. And then I will just add the child. So I'm going to add this guy by saying add child, add item object temp. And that's pretty much it. Now, one more thing, since we're here, we'll also gain XP here. So I'm going to add a function called gain XP. And here I'll just say 100. Now here, I need to create this in my game script. So we'll create it, but for now, we'll just pass. So we'll say gain XP amount, and we'll pass through an int, and we'll return void. And we'll pass for now. Now let's close our script here. Let's hit play. And we should be able to, I'm going to equip my items here so I can one-shot him. We should be able to kill him, and he spawns some items. Now we can pick these items up, and it should add it to my inventory. All right, there we go. We even got some potions, we got some armor, should be able to switch it out, etc. So obviously, if you have a different item, it would visually make more sense, but since these items are the same, you don't really notice a difference. But yeah, so that's pretty much it for the item object. We've now also created it so we can spawn some items. So let's delete this guy, we don't need it. So in the next part, we'll take a look at how we can create our shop. All right, so let's move into our shop. Now to start our shop, we're going to create a new scene called canvas item or layer. We're going to go to level 1, open up our GUI, as this is kind of going to be where our shop is. So let's make sure we rename this first to shop. I'll save this in my layer, GUI, save it in here. In here, I will just drag in the shop that I just created, and now head back to my shop. Make sure we're in a 2D scene, of course. And now I want to start filling in the things I need for my shop. Let's fill in all the nodes that we'll need. So first, I'm going to add a panel. I'm going to add a grid container. I'm going to add a control node. And this control node will actually contain 2 labels. So let's create a label, duplicate it, and then add a sprite. Sorry, not sprite 3D, just a regular sprite 2D. Then our shop, we will add 2 buttons. One is going to be our buy button. Rename this to buy. We'll duplicate this. Rename this to buy button. And this is going to be our close button, so close the shop. Okay, so let's rename this to close. And let's start organizing things. Let's make our panel a little bigger here. I'll put it same size as I do for everything. I'll take our close. Let me actually lock in the panel by clicking the lock button right there. We'll take our close button. I'll move it to the bottom right or bottom right, top right, whatever you want. I'll move my buy button kind of right there, maybe in the middle. I'll take my control node here and I'm going to take my label and I'm just going to move everything to where I want it to be. So this is going to be our item name. This is going to be the item description. And this is going to be the item sprite. this is going to be the item info node. Here, I'm going to make sure that this is right around here. So here I can give it a default name by like sword. I'll center everything. I'm going to take the theme override, make it a little bit bigger. Maybe 40, 41, whatever you'd like. And I'll just kind of center it like this. This is where my item will show. The item description, I'm going to move this down here, where the description will go. Say this is a item description, blah, blah, blah. And then I can turn on the auto wrap, word smart. I can center everything. And I'll leave the text size the same. The item sprite, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to search up for a PNG file, find a random item, and I'm going to scale it to be as big as I want it to be. I'm going to try to keep it consistent. So here, maybe I'll do 13 by 13 and just leave it around there. Maybe I'll move that down, move this to the right, and just readjust things as how you want it to be. The grid container, I'm going to rename it to shop items. I'll move this to the right-hand side, right over here. This is where all my shop items will appear. Okay, now I want to fill this in. And so to fill this in, I need to first have a script. Let's add a shop script. I'll put this in our scripts folder, player, GUI, and open, create. Now in here, we're going to have a few things. So to get started, what we're going to do is we're going to create a current item like so, and this is going to be an item data. Now, before we continue, we need to now create our packed scene that is going to represent our item slot, kind of like we did for our inventory, but this time we're going to create it a bit more manually. So to do this, we'll create a new scene here. We will create a panel as the default. Zoom in. We will add, we can just drag in one of these guys. We can make the scale 3. Move this here. Move the panel to be a little bigger here. Move this in the middle. Make the panel a little bigger once more. We can make the layout to be 64 by 64. And we can move this item in the middle. And then lastly, we can add a button. I'm going to cheat a little bit because what I'm going to do, I'm going to take this button, take its theme. I'm going to take its theme override, go to style, and I'm going to go to pressed, empty box. I'm going to go to visibility, self-modulate, and make it invisible. And here, I'm going to actually scale it. So I'm going to remove the theme. I don't really care about the theme. I'm just going to scale it. So I'm going to cheat a little bit and make this button a bit smaller. On the x-axis, I'll make this 0.75. And there we go. There we have our button. So this will act as our shop button. I'm going to save this as a shop item. I'll save it in here. I'm going to rename this to shop item. I can rename this to image. I'll add a script to this guy. Add a script to the scripts folder. Player, GUI. We'll put it in here. Now in this script, it's not too difficult. What we'll do is I'll just create, and I'll pop this out, and I'll just close other tabs for now so I have it a bit more organized. I'm going to create a variable item info. This is going to be a item data, and then I'm going to close this one real quick and connect the pressed button. If I press this, all I need to do is fill in the information in my shop. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click a item and then fill in this information. Okay, so to do that, all I'm going to do is I'm going to say, go to our item shop here, to our press button. I'll say get node, get parent, and we'll say dot current item is equal to item info. Next, I will say get node. We'll actually just copy this right here. But instead of this, I'm going to say get the item info, and I'm going to show this. And this thing right here is this guy. So this is going to let us show or hide this. So if I do click something, obviously I want to show it, right? I want to show that item that is being presented in my shop. Next, I'm just going to copy paste this a few times. I'll change this or I'm going to add to it. I'm going to say item name is going to be equal to, well, the text is going to be equal to the item info dot item name. The next one is going to be the item description. That one is going to be a text as well. For this one, I can actually, what we'll do is I'm going to close my script. I'm going to hit Control-Shift-F. I'm going to find the thing that says stats. And in here, I'm just going to copy this. So here, I'll just copy from stats. And after that, go back to my shop item, pop this out, and paste this. But here, I need to make sure that there's a string. So here, I'm just going to show the stats, the damage, defense, and health. So here, I don't need the item name. I don't need the description. Well, I could add the description, actually. So here, why don't I add the %s here for the description, and then new line with the stats. We'll have the item damage, item defense, and item health. Lastly, we'll do the, this is actually an invalid path, so item info, item description, dot text is equal to that. Here it's saying data is not a thing, which makes sense because here I have item info instead of data. Make sure to replace the data with item info. And lastly, the item info here, this one is going to be the item sprite. And hopefully you can guess how we do this. All we need to do is set the texture for this guy equal to the item info dot item texture. There we go. Now we filled in the information with the sword, right? So now what we need to do is actually create those items, though. We need to create those shop items that I just created. To do that, all we need to do is preload that shop item. So I'll say onReady variable, shop item scene. This is a packed scene. This is going to be equal to a preload shop item. We'll preload that script that I just made. I'm going to save. We'll go to function ready. I'll for loop I in game items. So I'm going to for loop through all the items I have in my game that exist. I'll say if I, don't need that. We'll say variable shop item temp is equal to shop item scene dot instantiate. So we want to create this scene and then start adding them. So before we start adding them, or we'll just add it and then see what we need to do before that. Next, we'll get our shop items, which is going to be our grid, and we'll just add child shop item temp. And before we add them, we need to fill in the information, which is not too hard because we're for looping here. So we can just say this item info is equal to game dot items at position I. Next, we can just get the item temp dot get node image, and then fill in the texture for that. Then make it equal to game dot items at I the item texture. Just double check that's right. So item texture. We're filling in the shop item texture. So this guy right here, the image. Let's actually make sure I said that right. Yes, image. Okay, and lastly, what we'll do is I'm going to get in the ready function, I'm going to get this guy, not this guy actually, I'm going to get the item info and hide it. So I don't want to show an item in here unless I'm clicking an item. So let's hit play and see what we get. All right, so we get an error right away. It is because item texture. Okay, so it's saying the key item texture doesn't exist. So let's take a look in our resource. So item data. Let's find our inventory. So the item data called item texture, so it should be working. So something is going on. Let's just make sure I copy paste it right. Texture is equal to game texture. Okay, I see. So we can't be filling it in with anything empty. So let me make sure here if I hit play. Okay. let me figure out what's going on and I'll be right back. Okay, so in case you were getting that error or not, generally those kind of errors are kind of annoying. And what I ended up just doing is reloading the project. And sometimes the resources kind of don't load fully unless you restart the project. So just reload the project and make sure that all the textures have a texture. Otherwise, you might get some weird errors. So let's continue. Now, if I hit play, you will see that I have my shop filled with the items that I have. Now, obviously, the shop isn't functioning fully because I need to actually make this work a bit nicer, right? So let's just continue and we'll kind of implement this a bit. So first, let's make sure our buy is connected and our close. So here, what we're going to do for the close is actually quite easy. Just pop this out. All I need to do is get tree.paused is equal to false. We'll say, oops, that's not false. We'll say game.shopping is equal to false. I'm going to say input mouse mode is equal to input mouse mode captured. Self.hide. This will basically close my shop. Now on the buy, this is actually pretty easy. All I need to do is say get node, go up one. I'm going to get container/inventory, and then add child. Now at this point, the child that we want to add is the string of the current item dot item name. Now here's where things might get a bit iffy. If the item name that I'm trying to add is different than the child, then this might not work. Node, okay. That doesn't make sense. Oh, add item, there we go. Add item and then string. So what I mean by that is in my iron body, for example, this needs to be the same thing as my game. Here it says iron body and it's the same here. Same thing for the iron sword. It needs to be the exact same. Long sword. So this one's called iron sword. So let's change that to long sword. And small potion. Small potion needs to be capitalized. Okay. So everything has to be the exact same. Otherwise, it won't work with this, right? Okay. Now to give this a go, in our 3D scene here, we're going to add a AI or a kind of an NPC guy. This NPC is going to allow us to interact with our shop. Okay, so to do this, we'll create a new scene. We'll create an area 3D. We'll add a adventurer, just a random guy. We can go up to the top and find a adventurer. We can find maybe a mage. Pop this guy in. We'll make it local. And I'll hide the spellbook. Open. One-handed wand. Mage hat. I'll show that. And I'll show the rest. Now for the animation player, I'll just play the idle by default. I'll play this like so, and then loop this. Okay, so I can't loop this. So what I'll do is let's add a collision first. Add a collision shape. Hit play. We'll add we're not going to add a capsule. We're going to add a circle here, or maybe a cylinder. Make this a little higher, a little bigger. We'll save this in our scene here. We'll save it in here, why not? And we'll save this as NPC mage. Now, what we can do is head over to level 1 and find our NPC. I called it NPV, so let's rename it to NPC. All right, let's pop this guy in, put him right behind us, and I'll just rename him to NPC. We'll add a script to this guy. So add a script. The script, I'm going to add it into the scripts folder. We'll just add it right here. Create. And what I want to do is connect the body entered. And you might imagine we need to check to see if this body is in group player. If it is, what we'll do is we will do the things that we need to do. So what do we need to do? Well, first I need to say game.shopping is equal to true. Next, I'm going to pause the scene. I get paused, or get tree, dot paused is equal to true. Next, I'll get node, go up one, GUI/shop, and then show the shop. Next, I'm going to make sure my input mouse mode is equal to visible. All right, so I want to be able to show my mouse here. Now, what I'm going to do, because I couldn't loop this animation, all I'm going to do is I'm going to go to animation finished, connect this, and every time that animation finishes, I'll just say, get this animation player, then play the idle animation again. It has to be the same name as this. All right? Now that's pretty much it. This is our NPC. Let's hit save. Let's hit play. Now we should be able to test our game here. Okay, so let's just go. Okay, let's go to our shop. We'll go into here and we'll say self.hide. Hit play. All right, now that our shop is hidden, we can go into here and see that we get an error. Okay, so it's saying that this path doesn't exist, and that is because this guy needs to be in the Objects tab. Let's hit play one more time. Hit over here. Okay, here we go. Here's our shop. I should be able to now interact with it. Now, oddly enough, I might actually not be able to, seemingly enough, I can buy stuff, but just in case, I'm going to go over here and set the process to always on the shop. That way I can interact with it. I'll hit play one more time and just make sure that I can actually buy something. So here I don't have any items. Let's buy this iron sword. And now you can see I have an iron sword, and I can even use it and hover it, and it says iron sword. And it has the stats that I need. Here I should be able to replace this with the other item, and it has, I guess, the same stats. So let's actually change this to 10. And the iron sword should be 5. Okay, let's double test one more time. Here we go. Okay, so here is our iron sword. This is our long sword. It says stat 10 damage, so that's good. Let's buy it. And here we go. Here's our sword. And this one should do 10 damage, whereas if I buy the other one, so this one is only 5. Okay, cool. Let's just make sure it works in the profile. Yep. All right, there we go. So there we go. We can see it works. All right, so that's our shop. That's pretty good. All right, so in the next part, we'll implement our level up system. All right, the last thing we need to do before we head into the environmental things is the level up system. This one is not too difficult as we already have a lot of things for it already set up. Let's head over to our script, go to our game, and pop this out. Now, if you recall, we created this level up signal, but we're not using it. So let's figure out if we can do something with it. Now, to gain XP, it's really easy, right? All we need to do is take our current XP and add the XP amount. We'll say XP amount like this, and we will change the amount to XP amount like that. Now, what we need to do here is say while, and press enter a few times, while the current XP is greater than or equal to XP to the next level, then we're going to start leveling up. So the first thing we'll do is, well, we'll level up. We'll level up. We will take our player health max and add the player level times 10. So that's just like one example of a stat adjustment, essentially. We can full heal ourselves by saying player health is equal to player health max. We can now take our current XP and subtract the amount of XP I was supposed to add, or I can subtract the XP to next level. Now, the advantage of this is if I want to level up more than once while I'm kind of doing this, then this is how we do it inside of a while loop. Now, I'm going to take my XP to the next level, and I'm going to round it to the XP to the next level times 1.3. And then I'm going to take it again, and then I'm going to multiply itself by the power of 1.2 with the player level minus 1. So this is kind of the previous level because over here I already added it. So this is the previous level. Okay, so this kind of gives me an exponential growth for my XP. So now what I can do, the last thing that we will add, but we're not going to use just yet, is we're going to emit the signal level up. So that signal that we created, we're going to emit it. But we're not going to use it just yet because this is kind of where we'll go into our VFX a little later. So we're going to actually implement some of the logic for it, specifically our level up animation. So we can connect it right now. So let's actually do that. Let's head over to our level 1, go to our player. We will go to the script, open this up. And similarly to before, when we connected our signal, I'm going to just kind of pop all these down so that way I can see my code a little nicer. Now in my ready function, if you remember, we need to get access to the node, the game node. We can do that by saying game node is equal to get node game dot get path. Then we can say game node dot level up, so that signal that we created, dot connect, callable. We will connect it to the self, and then we'll connect it to a signal that we can create. We can say on level up like this. Then of course we need to put this in a string, and that's pretty much it. And we need to create this function on the bottom. And here we go. This is our function that we've created. Now this function will trigger when the signal is called, right? So here I can just print, let's print the game.player level just to make sure this works. Let's hit close here and let's hit play. And now if you remember, we should be able to gain 100 XP when I kill the monster. So let me just equip some things here and let's kill it. And now we go to profile, we should see level 2 and we see level 1. The reason it's the 1 is because it's emitting the previous level, basically. So we'll need to, it doesn't really matter because the signal is more so for an animation that we'll add later anyway. So we don't really care about the level that's being printed. We just care that this is being updated right here, which it is. And the XP is being updated, which is perfect. So we're pretty much good to go. And we even see that the health is being increased. So that is pretty much it for most of the logic in our game. The next few sections, we're going to be taking a look at our environmental things, how we can make sure our environment looks good. We're going to start playing around with our world environment again. As you might have noticed, we have been getting errors depending on whether or not set things up similarly to what I did. But yeah, so let's get started into the next part, which is the environmental section. All right. The first thing we need to do is we need to actually fix our engine. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, on the top right, we will see a compatibility. Now, do make sure that you have it on forward plus. I'm going to select forward plus, and I'm going to save and restart. Right, once you've launched the game again, you might have noticed a few errors, but don't worry, just click OK and ignore them. And if you hit play, you will immediately notice a very big difference in the scene. You will already notice that the scene is very thick, kind of just a very different environment. Okay, now what we can do is head over to our environment node. We're going to enable the glow now, as now we have the proper things that we'll need. So in here, I'm going to turn on the normalized, go to blend mode and select additive. And yeah, so that's pretty much it for the glow, and make sure the settings for all these are the same. Of course, at this point, remember, you can always just adjust these accordingly to whatever you'd like. Make it thicker, thinner, whatever you'd like. All right, so now that's pretty much it for the world environment. Now for the grid map, I'm going to set the cell size over here to 4, 4, and 4. Now we can see here, though, that the hair is under the ground. So what I'll do is I will take my grid map, and I could either pull this down, or I can actually just go to level 1, and that is where I'll paint my grounds. Here, I'm going to go back to level 0 and remove my ground by pressing delete. Go to floor 0, or sorry, -1. I will draw my floor here by control fill. Let's just make sure I'm doing it right. In order to fill, we should be saying well, I actually select a thing, so that would make sense. So let's select a tile and fill in an area that I want. There we go. Now I should be able to fill it in properly. And now we have our ground. It works the exact same, but this just allows us to properly distance things. Now here's our issue, is that when I start adding walls, it's going to remove the floor. So I don't want that. So what I'll do is I'm going to rename this grid to floor. Now duplicate this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the floor invisible and delete, make sure floor 2 is selected and delete this floor. I'm going to rename this to walls. And now I'll show the floor. And now what I can do is start drawing on the walls section. And of course, we can make sure we're on -1. And at this point, we can start kind of going wherever I'd like. So here, what I'll do is I'll draw right here. And I can just, select like this and Control F and fill in a large wall. And at this point, I can just start readjusting everything. So in order to rotate this, you just click S to rotate it. So that way we can have it rotated to that way. I want to rotate this wall this way. I'll fill it in like this. And at this point, you can just start moving around the scene and just fill in the walls that you want. Keep those 2 walls. And here we go. So I'll kind of do this together with you. So at this point, you can either skip or, just kind of zoom in and do it yourself. But I'm just going to keep doing this together. So that way we don't skip any big steps here. Lastly, we'll have that wall there. And I'll just wall go all the way. And we can delete this wall and put a corner wall instead. All right, so there we go. We have a fully encased dungeon here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put a wall right here. So, or I can just put it right there and fill in wall section in the middle like that. I'll put a door kind of maybe right there and one right there. Then I can kind of just start doing whatever I'd like at this point. Now we do notice that there is this gap. So at this point you can either duplicate again, which is actually what I'm going to do because this is a bit quicker. Here I'll just duplicate and start filling in the sections that I want. And here, of course, it doesn't look perfect. So this is where you would probably need to finish the mesh library and start adding in the walls that you might need. So if you search up wall, you might be able to find the wall that you'll need. It might be, it's probably one of these. I know it is one of these. I have seen it. It's just I don't have it complete. So we're not going to do that in this series. That's more of a level design, as we're just going to kind of continue this level. So here we now have our level, so we can just start drawing. Let me make sure I'm on the walls. Wall 2. I can just keep drawing whatever I like. I'll just kind of draw out a few levels here, or areas, if that makes sense. And I'll put in this guy. Maybe I'll put that like here. And yeah, so you can kind of fill in the rest of the level. I'm going to now move my player over here to the kind of corner over here. So this is the starting area. Now when I hit play, we will see my level. Here is my level. I can start running around, and it's my mage and my monster. Now, obviously the mage will have to readjust to make sure he's on the floor. So let's do that. Let's take our NPC and we'll drag him to the right side, and we can just drag him down, and we'll maybe rotate him kind of face the corner, and we can make sure he's kind of looking like he's on the floor. Put him right there, maybe floating a tiny bit. Now when I hit play one more time, we can now walk up to him and he looks like he's standing there. Walk up to him, interact with the shop, close it, and keep running around. Okay, cool. Now what we'll do is I'm going to now head into, or we're going to head into the torch section. So we're going to take a look at how we can create a torch and add some lighting into our scene. So let's take a look at how we can do that. Okay, so to get started with our torch, I'm just going to close everything from the level, right-click, close tabs to right, make a new scene here, and I'll create a node 3D as the base. I'm going to search up torch and find the lit torch. Actually, sorry, not the lit torch, just the mounted torch. Here we go. I'm going to reset this to 0, 0, make it local, bring in the torch, delete this guy. I'll add two things, an OmniLight and a GPU particles. This is where all the magic will happen. Okay, so in this guy, this is where we're going to actually add and start adjusting all the particles. So I'll try to go slow, and we'll try to do as much as we can together to make this as pretty as possible. So to start, what we need to do is we need a draw pass and process material. This is where we will add the draw pass, so meaning, let's actually just do this. So if I go to path 1, I will add a hash plane. Where is that? Plane. And now we want to, or sorry, not plane, quad mesh. Where's that? Quad mesh, there we go. Now you can see that we have this quad mesh here. Now it's not moving because there's no gravity, there's no things being adjusted to it, but that's okay. First, we're just gonna make sure this guy is pretty and do it, make it material-wise what we want it to be. So we'll go to the material. We're gonna select new standard material. We'll go into this, and now we can start coloring it to be what I want it to be. We'll go to transparency. I'm going to select the alpha, make it transparent between the things. Just okay on that. I'm going to go to blend and go to add. And we'll just click OK. You might have to restart your project if you keep getting that. We'll do that a little later. Go to shade, unshaded. And then we will select the vertex color. We're going to turn on the albedo. And we will go to albedo. And now we will actually select the color we want. Now at this point, you can do whatever you'd like. I'm going to select kind of a dark orange-ish color. So maybe kind of right around here. Maybe a bright orange, kind of like this. Something like that. Okay, so kind of pick whatever you'd like. All right, so now for the billboard on the bottom, we'll go to Mode, Particle Billboard. Okay, and then we're going to turn on the scale, keep scale on. Okay, so I'm getting annoyed by this. I'm just going to restart my project and make sure that error doesn't pop up. I'll be right back. All right, so I restarted my project and no more errors. Okay, so let's scroll up a little bit. We're going to go to the process material now. This is where the magic will happen. This is where I'm going to actually essentially start kind of adding the particles. Well, here we'll go to new particle material, and you can see right away when I add this, it's already doing something. Now, what we want to do first is we want to adjust certain things. The first thing we're going to do is go into spawn. We're going to go into the angle, and we're going to change this to 360 for the max, and that's it. Now you can see that it is rotating kind of randomly. Next, we'll go into the velocity right under it. We will go into the direction. We'll set this to 0. The Z, we'll set it to 0.425. And then the spread, I'm going to set it to 0. So type in 0. And the initial velocity, we'll set the max to 3. And now we have a bit more of a jump for our particles here. All right, so that's our velocity. Next, we want to go to out of spawn into animated velocity. We will go into the angular velocity. And in here, we're going to set the max to 40 or 30. You can do 40 though. All right, so that's the angular velocity. Next, we're going to go to the acceleration, gravity, and we're going to turn off the gravity and put it to 0. Now at this point, you can kind of mess around with some of these, obviously. You can see that now it's kind of being pushed to the right, but of course you can push it to whatever you'd like. All right, so now we want to head over to the linear acceleration. In the linear acceleration, I'll set this to 1 and 5. It accelerates a bit more. We'll go to the scale, which is going to be in the display. In the display, we're going to go to scale. We're going to go to the scale itself and set this to 0.01 and 0.5. This will just make the actual particles much smaller. Next, we're going to go to the color curves, and this will allow us to kind of curve the initial ramp. Here, we'll add a new initial ramp here. Go down, sorry, I guess it went up a little bit for no reason. We'll go into here, into the gradient, and at this point, this is where you can kind of start picking your colors. I'm going to pick the left one into making it a red one, kind of a dark reddish. So, and then the middle one, I'll make it kind of a grayish color, like so. And then the very right, I'll make this a orange color, something like this. And now we have just kind of a different color and gradient. Now if I click out of it, you'll see kind of that. Okay, so now that's the color curve. So let's undo that or go out of it. We'll go to the hue variations. And inside of this, I'm going to set this to negative 0.2 and this to positive 0.2. We're going to go to the curve texture, create a new curve texture, go into the curve, and I'm going to add a point right here and drag this down and drag this around the middle like so. Now I'll just do that, hit save, or Control S. And lastly, I'm going to go to turbulence, turn this on, and it might lag a tiny bit. There we go. Now it's kind of going upwards a tiny bit. And now I can kind of adjust some of these. So go back down to turbulence. And I'm going to adjust the noise speed to 0.07, just a little less than what it currently is. And now what we want to do is go to the very top and turn up the amount to 500. And now you can see we have fire. Now this isn't perfect, but another thing or another issue, I'll say, is that it's upside down. So of course we can rotate it if we'd like so. Or we can actually, not can, but we're going to actually have to do this in the direction. So let's just reset the rotation here. And we'll head over to, so now we see that it's going in the right direction for some reason. That's perfect. Now we'll move it into the mounted area, kind of. And there we go. Now we'll go into our level 1. We'll go into our objects. We'll find our torch that we hopefully saved and pop this in. Now I'll take my torch here and just kind of move it to be on the side of the wall here. So kind of put it right there. And if I zoom in a tiny bit, you'll see that I can just move it in ever so slightly, maybe move it to the side, and just kind of move it to wherever you'd like it to be. And now what I could do is I can turn on snap, and I'll just snap this over here. I'll duplicate this, just snap it a few pixels over, snap, snap, and just duplicate a few of these. Now what I can do is I can duplicate all of these, rotate it by about 180, and then I can move this guy all the way to the other side of the wall. Now obviously this guy right here, I don't want this, so I'll delete this. And now when I hit play, we should be able to see the torches in the game. All right, here we go. There's our torches. Now, I do suggest you play around with some of the values. In fact, I'll probably do that as well to make it a little less. But this is not bad so far. So yeah, it's pretty good. Maybe we can reduce the amount that it's being affected. In fact, actually, this one is not on a wall. So let's just delete this one. And another thing that you can take a look at is in the world environment, in the glow, you can go to the some of these settings and increase or decrease some of these. So if you look at the intensity, you can decrease the glow of the fire. If you increase it, obviously that's probably too much. You can look at the strength of it and go to the bloom. I don't really suggest the bloom too much. Bloom is kind of a weird threshold. You can look at the HDR threshold and just play around with some of these values. They're pretty fun to play around with. You can also play around with soft light, maybe some of the other ones. I find additive to be I wouldn't say the best, but it's probably the nicest in a sense to kind of add to our game. So yeah, so this is pretty nice. If you want to get rid of that like random direction, you can turn off the turbulence, which I think I'll actually do here. So I'm going to turn off the turbulence. And here we have the direction kind of going in a weird angle. So let's go to the gravity, the directional velocity here. Spawn, velocity. Here we can kind of adjust the velocity a little bit to whatever we'd like, or sorry, the direction. So here maybe I can set it to 0.2, the random direction, 0.01, and this one I'll do, yeah, that's not bad. Okay, and you can kind of adjust some of these. Maybe the initial velocity I want it to max out at 2. And now if we hit play, we have maybe a more consistent fire. All right, so there we go. It's pretty long, but that's okay. I like this. It's not too bad. It looks pretty wonky, but it looks pretty nice. Okay, so there's our environmental flame. Now in our next section, we'll be introducing a new instructor to introduce you to some much better GPU particles, some better particles in general, and some cool shader stuff. So let's take a look at who's going to be your instructor for the next hour. All right, so introducing Lelu. Lelu will be your next instructor for the next about 45 to 50 minutes. He will be showing you some cool effects, some puff effect, a level up effect, etc., and a hit effect as well. So definitely check out his channel as well. He makes really cool just shader videos in general. He has some beam effects, some better fire effect than what we made. So if you want a much better fire effect, there's one right there for you. I just introduced you to the GPU particles and how and what we can do with it. But of course, you can definitely check out his channel. He will have his videos up there as well. So the puff effect that we'll be making here and the level up effect. And once he's finished, though, we will be implementing them all into our game. And of course, we do already have the project files. So here at the very top in our assets, we have the VFX files. So if you don't want this and you want to do everything from scratch, you can of course just delete this, but it is here in the starter project. So let's take a look at how we can get started. So I'll see you all in about an hour.
Hello guys, I am Lelu, and today we are going to see how to create two important effects that you can see in almost every RPG games: level up effects and pop effects. These effects will improve a lot the atmosphere in this game and helps the player to really feel a progress in the game, rather by leveling up or killing monsters. We will use the Godot's particle system and some visual shaders to create these effects. So let's start with the level up effect. This tutorial will be divided into 3 parts. First, let's create a basic aura effect using particles and a visual shader. Then, let's improve this effect adding an expansive wave. And finally, let's add some extra details and coordinate all the effects. Okay, let's go ahead and start creating the basic aura effect. So for the level up effect, we first need to create a very simple mesh. So let's go to Blender and let's delete this and Shift A to create a new cylinder mesh. I want this cylinder to be on field, so set this option to nothing. So let's go to edit mode by pressing tab, move this cylinder up and stretch it a little bit. And finally press W and select Shade Smooth. Okay, so this is the cylinder. It's a simple long cylinder. The only difference is that the pivot point is at the bottom of the cylinder. So let's export this. File, export, OBJ. And let's name this cylinder long. Okay, so we are back in Godot. let's import our cylinder mesh. And I want to go ahead and create a new particle system, a GPU particle system. And in order for these particles to work, we first need to create a new particle process material, and also in draw passes assign a mesh to be used for the particle system. In this case, I will use the cylinder. And as you can see, we have a lot of cylinder meshes falling down. This is because of the gravity. So let's go to the particle system, into accelerations, and set the gravity to 0. Also, I only need one cylinder, so set the amount to 1. And let's change the size. So let's go to display, scale, and set a scale of 4. Cool, this will be the area effect for the level of effect. Oh, by the way, I don't want this cylinder to cast shadows, so let's close this and let's go to geometry and set cast shadow to off. Also, we need a material for the cylinder, so let's create a new shader material here in material override, and let's create a new shader. I want this shader to be a visual shader. Let's name it shader cylinder aura. So let's open the shader, and I want to do some changes. For example, I want this shader to be, the cool mode to be disabled, so we can see both sides of the cylinder. Also, I want this material to be unshaded and disable shadows. Cool. So let's start creating the shader. For this shader, first I want to add a gradient. So right click and create a new texture 2D, set it to color, and select gradient texture 2D. So let's edit this gradient. I will pick these little points because I want this gradient to be vertical. And yeah, let's now connect the gradient into the alpha channel, and we can see this little line up here. So in order to fix this, let's modify the gradient a little bit, like so. Yeah, this is perfect. Cool, so we now have this gradient connected to the alpha channel. We also need a color, so right click and create a new color fragment. Let's connect the color, and also let's connect the alpha from the color. Oh, we cannot connect it here, so let's multiply the alpha channel from the color with the gradient. Cool, so now if we go to the particle system, we go to display, in color curves, we can pick any color we want for the gradient. Let's pick, for example, a yellow with a raw value of 2.5, 2, and 0.5. A very strong yellow. Also, I want this cylinder to disappear over the time. So let's go to alpha curve. Let's create a new curve. And I want this cylinder to be transparent at the beginning and at the end, like this. Or maybe something like this. It goes from transparent to full opaque to transparent again at the end of the cylinder. Cool, so we have this interesting effect, but we can make it look even more cool by adding some special textures. So for example, here I have a lot of textures. You can use any texture you want. The important part is that the texture needs to be repetitive. So let's pick, for example, this noise texture. And I want to add this texture to the gradient. So in order to do that, let's pick the texture. This is a black and white texture, so we don't need to pick a full color, just one channel. And multiply this texture with the gradient, like this. So now we have this special texture attached to the gradient. We can also move this texture over the time. So in order to do that, we need to create a UV panning node. With this, we can move the texture. And we also need to create a time node. And if we connect the time node into the offset, see how the texture is moving. Very simple. I also want to control the speed of this texture. So let's create a new vector2 parameter. Let's name it, for example, speed. And let's multiply the speed parameter with the time node. And nothing changes, and this is because we created a new parameter. So let's go to the particle system, let's go to the material. Now we have these shader parameters, and here we have the speed option. Let's put a speed, for example, of 1.5 into the x-axis and 3 into the y-axis. Let's do one more change. Let's say instead of using this noise texture, we want to use any texture we want. So let's delete this noise texture, and instead of that, let's create a new texture 2D parameter. Let's name it aura texture. Set it to color. And in order to use this texture, we need to sample it. So let's sample this and connect this texture. So now if we go to the material, we have the aura texture property, and here we can set any texture we want. Let's see, for example, this noise texture, or maybe this one. So feel free to try using different textures, any texture you want, just to make sure that the texture is repetitive. I will also upload these textures here in the description in case you want to use them. But anyways, the shader is completed. So let's go back to the particle system. And let's do one last change here. Let's go to scale and create a new curve XYZ. And I want this cylinder to grow slowly up. So let's go to the curve of the y-axis of the scale. And I want this cylinder to slowly grow from 0 to 1. So we have this interesting effect. Cool. The aura effect is completed. Now let's create the expansive wave. Okay, so let's name this particle system, for example, aura cylinder 1. And I want to duplicate this cylinder, so Ctrl D. Now we have the aura cylinder 2. And I want to do some changes to this new cylinder. So let's go to the particle process material, and because this is a new particle system, we need to right click and make unique, and do the same for the material, right click, make unique, so we can change only this new cylinder. Let's go to display, scale, and I want this cylinder to be even bigger than the last one, so let's set a scale of 8. Also, we can go to the material, into shader parameters, and change the texture for this cylinder. For example, let's use maybe this texture, and set a speed of 1 and 3. Also, let's go to scale, and I don't want this cylinder to grow up. Instead, I want it to grow into from the center and go small. So let's change the scale, and because we want to change this new cylinder scale, we need to right click and make unique. Do the same for all the properties of these particles. Make unique, make unique. Now we can edit the properties. So for example, I want this cylinder to grow in all the directions. But instead of growing up in the y-axis, I want it to go to shrink down. So let's change this curve so the cylinder goes from big to small into the y-axis. Something like this, I guess is okay. Excellent. We have done the aura effect with a nice expansive wave. Now we only need to add some extra details and coordinate everything together. Cool, so finally let's go to Photoshop or any painting program you want. In this case I will use Photoshop. And let's create a new image and put a text here. Level up. Let's move it to the center of the image, and I want this text to be white. Also, maybe we can give it some effects. So let me see, let's go to blending options. Maybe we can give it a glow, or maybe a contour or something like that. Let's try with a bevel effect. Okay, save it as a PNG. So let's go back to Godot, and I want to create a new particle system. Let's create this time a CPU particle system and name it, for example, level up text. So in order for these particles to work, we need to assign a mesh. So let's go to drawing and let's select quad mesh. So now we have a lot of quad meshes falling down. Let's also go to geometry and create a new standard material. Let's set the shading to be unshaded. Let's go to albedo, and here we can assign the level up text we just created in Photoshop. So let's pick the text over here. Now we can see. Oh, by the way, because this is a transparent texture, we need to go to transparency and set the transparency to be alpha. Let's also go to billboard and set the billboard to be particle billboard. So now these particles are always facing the camera, as you can see, which is really cool. Finally, for the material, let's go to vertex color and enable these options. So with these options we can now edit the color in the particle system. Cool. Let's close the material and go back to the particle system. Let's go to gravity and set it to 0. Set the amount to 1. Also, I want this to be, this is maybe too small, so let's go to scale and set a scale of 4. And maybe we can make this like go from small to big to small again. So let's go to the scale option and create a new scale curve. I want this particle to be very small at the beginning and then grow up and then go small again. Cool. Also, I want this particle to go up. So let's go to direction and set the direction into the y-axis 0, 1, 0. And let's go to velocity and set a velocity of 2.5. Set the speed to 0. Let's go to color. And we can give it any color we want here. In my case, I want to use a raw value of 2.5, 2, and 0.5. Excellent. Also, I want this level up to disappear over the time. So let's go to color ramp, create a new gradient, and delete this. I want it to be transparent at the beginning, like so, and transparent at the end. Finally, let's go to damping and let's set a value of 0.8 and 1. Now, in order to keep everything organized, I will create a new node 3D and put everything inside the node 3D. And we can name it, for example, VFX level up. And right click and create a new branch scene. Let's open the scene and create a new animation player so we can coordinate all the timing for the effects using the animation player. Let's create a new animation, name it default. Let's put a time of 2 seconds. And let's go to the cylinder 1, set it to 1 shot, and key the emitting option. Let's do the same for every particle. Let's go to the cylinder 2, enable 1 shot, and key do the same for this, 1 shot, key. Cool, so for this effect, let's say we want to emit all the effects at the beginning of the animation. Let's play. So as you can see, now everything is coordinated. Maybe we can put the level up effect a little bit later, like this. Let's see, let's play the effect. Okay, so let's see how this final effect looks with the character. So let's go to the level 1 and let's make this VFX editable children so we can play the animation. And let's play. Excellent. As you can see, I added these little particles. It's just some quad meshes similar to the text up. But yeah, this adds a special touch to the effect. Cool. Our level up effect is completed. Remember, you can download all of these files for free in case you want to use them or study up close. Now, let's go ahead and let's create the puff effects. This tutorial is divided into 3 parts. Let's start creating some nice particles using a simple sphere. Then, let's convert those spheres into some nice animated clouds using a visual shader. And finally, let's customize the effect so we can use it in our game. So, let's start with the particle system. So let's create the puff effect. For this effect, I want to go ahead and create a new GPU particle system. And in order for this particle to work, we need to create a new particle process material and also assign a mesh. This time I will select the sphere mesh. And as you can see, now we have a lot of spheres falling down. So let's go to accelerations and set the gravity to 0. Instead of using gravity, I want to use a radial velocity. So let's go to radial velocity and set a velocity between 1 and 2. Cool. Now let's create a material for the spheres. So let's go to geometry, material override, let's create a new shader material, new shader, select visual shader, maybe we can name it, for example, shader puff. Now let's open the puff shader and let's create some stuff here. First, we need to add a color, so let's right click and create a new color fragment, connect the color and the transparency. Also, there is one more thing. If I move the spheres, you can see how it gets this hard edge when it intercepts with the floor. I don't want that, so in order to fix this, we can create a proximity fade node. And let's multiply this node with the alpha channel. So now, as you can see, if we get closer to the floor, the spheres disappear. It fades. We can also control the value here. Maybe we can create a float parameter. Let's name it distance fade and give it a default value of 0.3. Cool. Excellent. Let's do some changes to the particle system. For example, let's go to the particle process material and I want these particles to scale down. So let's go to scale and let's put a random scale between 1 and 3. And let's create a new curve. And I want these particles to start big and then go small, like this. Maybe too much, maybe something like this. Perfect. And I also want these particles to disappear over the time. So let's go to color curves and let's create a new alpha curve. So I want these particles to be full opaque at the beginning, and then I want them to disappear slowly. We can also give it any color we want, but for now I will leave them white. Okay, so the particle system is already prepared. Now let's make these spheres look like clouds using a visual shader. Okay, so here's the interesting part. Let's convert this sphere into a cloud. We can do that using a shader. Let me show you. Let's go to the shader and let's go to the vertex option. Here we can control the vertices or the vertex of this sphere. This can be quite confusing, so I will quickly open my drawing board presentation. So, as we know, a 3D sphere is composed by many little points or vertices. And let's say all of these points has a perpendicular vector, like this. So the idea is to being able to take a black and white texture and put that texture into a sphere and tell all these points to move depending of if the point is covered by white. For example, if it's white, that's equal to 1. If it's black, equals to 0. Gray, 0.5. So we can move the point depending on the texture over the sphere. Okay, so with that being said, let's go back to Godot. Let's go back to the shader, to the vertex section, and let's do some stuff. First, right click and create the vertex. Here we have all the vertices of the sphere, and to these vertices I want to add a normal vector. Right click and look for normal. So look what happened when I connect this node here. Now, as you can see, all the vertices or all the points of the sphere move in the normal direction of the vector. We can also control the vector of the normal and reduce the size. So we can, for example, multiply this normal vector for a value. Let's create a float constant, for example 0.3. So now we reduce the size of the normal vector 0.3 units, and as you can see we get a small sphere. Excellent. But now let's do something interesting. I will take a texture. Let's pick, for example, this texture. Set it to color. And we don't need a full color because this is a black and white texture. We only need to use one channel. So I will pick this and I want to multiply this texture with the normal vector. Excellent. Now we get this interesting shape. And this is the result of this texture controlling the vertices of the sphere. We can also change the intensity here using this node. Let's try with 1. So we get this crazy shape. But for the clouds, let's put a value of minus 0.6. So now this looks more like a cloud, right? Also, I want these clouds to be dynamic, to move. So we need to move the texture. And for moving the texture, I will create a UV panning node. Also, let's create a time node. And multiply the time with a vector 2 constant, and let's give it a value, for example, of 0.1 and 1. Now you can see how the texture is moving, so the vertices of the sphere are moving with the texture, which is moving using these values. Cool. So I think this is cool. I think this looks really nice already. But there's one more thing I want to do. I would like these clouds to look more stylized, more toony. So I want to change the way the light interacts with the clouds. And for doing that, I want to once again modify this shader. And this time I want to go to the light section of the shader. In this section we can control like the way this sphere interacts with the light. In this case I want this to look more anime style, more toony style. So I want to make sure that the light hits like in the hard way the mesh, and also I want to give it a nice shadow contour to the clouds. For doing that, I am going to create a normal vector, and I want to dot product this, multiply this normal vector with a dot product with the Fresnel node. Let's set this Fresnel to through inverted and connect to the diffuse channel. And I know this might look a bit confusing. I am planning to explain this quite better in the future. I want to do a video about anime style in 3D games. But for now, let's just follow these steps I am doing in the video. Create a smooth step node. And create a float constant, another float constant that goes between 0 and 0.1. With this we can control the hardness of the edges. And now let's create a clamp node. And give it a value between 0.1 and 1. So with this we can control how dark are the shadows and how bright are this brightness. Cool. So yeah, this is the light node. So yeah, that was it. We have the shader with all done already. We can close the shader and let's do some final adjustments to this puff effect. Set the amount to 12 and the explosiveness to 0.85. Also, I want to give it a random angle between -180 and 180. Let's go to position. I want these clouds to spawn in a ring position with a value of 1 in the y-axis and a height of 0 and a radius of 1. Also, I want to set a velocity in the y-axis between 0.5 and 1, and finally we can give it a nice color. This time I want to use a color ramp. Let's create a new gradient texture, enable HDRI, and I want to start with a really intense strong purple with a raw value of 0.4, 0.05 and 1.2, and I want it to go to a full black color at the end. Also, we can give it another color over here with a raw value of 0.2, 0.05 and 1. That's it. We get this really nice puff effect. Finally, if we want, we can set it to one shot, and when we need to use it, we can just emit the effect one time here by clicking here. I have also added some extra details to the puff effect, as you can see. I will not dive too much into details about this, since I have already done this in the past in my heat effect tutorial. If you haven't seen my tutorial, please check it out. Basically, here I have two particle systems. One is a big quad mesh with a texture that scales down with this curve. And I did another particle system which add a bunch of quad meshes with a simple billboard texture, and this simply helps to add some more impact to this puff effect. As for the step puff effect, it's almost the same. I just tweaked some parameters. For example, I have changed the color to a white color and changed the amount to 2 particles. Also, I have set a simple velocity into the x-axis only. The puff effect is completed, and now we can customize it as we want. And of course, the possibilities are a lot, but at least you have the basics done, and you can work from there. So that's it for this tutorial, guys. I hope you have learned something new today, and if you want to learn more about visual effects in Godot, please check out my YouTube channel. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Alright, so now that we have all our FFX, or now that you've kind of figured out how to make them, we already have them, whatever you may have done, maybe scratch, or you already have them here from the starter project, whatever. Let's take a look at what we have and what we'll implement. So the first thing we're going to implement is in our player. So let's open up our player here, and we're going to now add the VFX that are in our player, which are the level up scene. So this one, we'll pop that in. We also will need the puff run. So the puff run, this one, we'll pop that in, pop it in, there we go. And we'll just make sure that both of these are reset to 0, 0. Go. Okay, so for the level up, I'm going to have to make this local, and now I have access to the animation player. So here, I don't want this to play by default. I'm going to uncheck that. Go. And now, I'll actually rename this to... I'm not going to rename it. I'm just going to go into my script, and remember this level up function that we created. Well, this is where I will get node, get this animation player here, and we will play the initialize function, so in it. This is my level up, and we can test this out. Play, and if we go find a monster to kill, which we'll have to spawn them in just a minute. Here we go. Okay, maybe I'll, oh, he died. Okay, there we go. There's our level up. So there we go. We saw that we leveled up, and we even got the signal, and we played the animation. There we go. Now, what about the puff? Well, this is not too hard, because all we need to do is emit this every time I run. Now, of course, there's a few options. Either I can emit this while I'm running in my code or whatever. I'm going to do this through the animation tree. So in my animation tree, in my night here, pop my animation tree up. I will find the running A, which is the one I'm using. And every time I run, so maybe like kind of one step, so maybe one right there, I can go to my puff here and turn this on. Or I'll just kind of track that. And here, I'll have to click into this and turn this on. So now, when I play this, you'll see the puff animation. So there we go. Now, when I hit play, we will see that when I run, I have that puff effect. There we go. So it's at the first beginning of that animation track, right? Okay, so that's our puff run. Now we need to implement our puff monster death effect. So here we will add our big puff. We'll pop this in our scene here. We'll make sure that this is at position 0, 0. And now we want to, all right, we'll want to make local. And here we have the hit effect. So this is cool, but this is the entire puff effect. So here we want this entire puff effect to play, but I'll uncheck this. Oops. So I want this entire animation to play right here when I die. So here in my script here, when I die in my death function, all I need to do is play this, play, hit. There we go. That's pretty much it. Here, I'll just say get node instead, because I like to use a consistent way of getting nodes. All right, there we go. We played this animation. Now, instead of queuing free, I'm going to hide ourself, or I'm actually going to hide the skeleton warrior. Okay, and then I'm going to wait for this to finish, connect the animation finished. Once it's finished, then I will self.queue free. So now, what I can do here is let's head back to level 1, and I'm actually going to move my monster here to be right in front of my player. That way I don't have to wait for him to run all the way there. Let me just equip some weapons, stuff here. We'll kill this guy, he dies, puff effect shows up, and eventually he'll queue free. There we go. That is a cool way that we can do that. Now, of course, you can also, here in the death, of course, hide. So here, this is when the death happens. So here we'll hide the sprite, and here I'll just say get node instead. Skeleton warrior. There we go. All right, so that is pretty much it for our effects. We do have the hit effect left, so let's take a look at our hit effect. Here we go, the VFX hit. Well, we can pop this in. We can pop this in realistically anywhere we want. I'll pop this into my player here. And if I make this local, we'll find the spark effect. And this, I want it to happen on my sword. So what I can do is I can find my sword here in my right-hand slot, pop this in to my hand slot. I will take the position and reset it. And I'm going to take my animation player here for the knight. Play the T-pose real quick. This guy. Let's play the T-pose. That way I can move the spark effect. I want to move it kind of right around there. That's probably where I will hit something. That's where I'll actually, hit something. So here I'm going to turn off the hit by default. In my functions here, when something enters this area, so I can actually just go over here, go to node, double click this, and this will take me to where it needs to be. I can take this. This is my path for my hit animation. I will say get node, animation player, and then play hit. So here we go. We now have that hit effect being played every time I hit something. So let's take a look if this works. Now, if I play, we now see that full hit effect every time I hit something. Well, more specifically, a monster. So yeah, there we go. There's our game with some sound effects or some effects. Now next, we'll add some sound effects. Let's take a look at how we can do that. All right, so we're going to add 3 different sound effects, which doesn't sound like much, but that's okay. Here in our player, we're going to add a audio stream player, 3D. We'll create, we'll rename this to damage. We'll duplicate it. Control D. We'll rename this one to hit. And these 2 effects are pretty easy. We just need to find the hit effect. So we can find either sword attack human. Maybe we can put this one for damage. And then for the hit, we can find one that gets hit. Maybe the sword hit. And we can play this by going to playing. You should be able to hear it. It's pretty cool. But now what we can do is head over to our script. This is actually not too hard because all we need to do is in our hit function, I just need to get node, hit, and then dot play. So it's that easy. I'll just copy this. And then every time I get hit or I hit something, this is where I'll damage it. So I'll say damage dot play. All right, so that's our sound effects for our player. One more thing we'll add is our item object. Over here, we'll add a audio stream player. We'll rename this to pickup. We're going to connect the finished to this, the signal to the node or to the script. Let's actually fill this in with a thing first. So let's find whichever one we want. We can maybe do create open. Realistically, it doesn't actually matter. Maybe stack open, that might sound decent. So let's say that is our pickup sound effect. Now, the reason I'm doing this is because here we're queuing free. Now, this is kind of a different way of doing this, is here I'm going to queue free once the sound is finished. But until then, I'm just going to hide self. So it's going to look as if I destroyed it, but really it's just hiding. So now when I hit play, I create my game here. I can pop this in. There we go. And go and kill it. You can see we have some sound effects, which was nice. And when I pick these up, nothing happens. Probably because I'm never playing it, so that makes sense. So when I enter this, I need to play it. So let's get node, pick up, dot play. And let's hit play one more time. Hopefully you caught on to what I just did there. I made a small mistake. It's okay though. All right, so there we go. There's our sound effect. You should be able to hear it being picked up. All right, so there we go. That is how we create some cool sound effects. And that's pretty much it. So in the next part, I think all we have left is to have our monster spawn in our world. So here I want to spawn our monster, but I don't want to spawn it in a wall, right? So we're going to have to figure out how we can do that. All right, so now what we're going to do is in our level 1, we're going to create a new script, attach this to our script level 1. We'll put this in our level or script system here. We'll hit create and pop this out. Now I'm going to onReady variable our warrior scene. We're going to pack this scene and I'm going to preload it here, say skeleton warrior. Here we go. And now I'm also going to load the grid map. Grid map to get node grid map. Now, this isn't going to 100% work. Floor, because we renamed it. And I'll kind of show you why in a second. We'll kind of look through this together. So first, let's create a function, ready function. And we're going to say while the get node monsters dot get child count is less than 10. I'm going to start adding monsters until I get 10 monsters. Now what we can do is I'm going to get a X position and randomize it by saying randy range from -40 to 40. I'll do the same thing for the Z. And then I'm going to create a monster temp variable. Now, monster temp. Now, here's the thing, is this monster temp, we need to instantiate it. So here we'll just say warrior scene, .instantiate, done. Now, we need to check to see if the grid map .get cell, cell item at vector 3i at the x 3i at the x position that I'm trying to add at -1 at the Z position that I'm trying to add as well is equal to 0. Now, is it 0? Let's find out. So let's close this and head over to our walls and floor. Now, if we go to the library, the item, and 0, this is the one we're looking for. Here, I need to make sure I'm adding my monster on a floor cell and not a wall arched, right? So what I can do here is I can do two things. First, I can check to see if I'm on a floor, and then I can also check to see if I'm not in a wall. And I can do that by saying GridMap walls. Here I can maybe rename this one to floor. Of course, here I'll have to just to GridMap floor. Now here I'm checking to see if I'm on a floor. If I am on a floor, I now want to check to see if I'm on a wall. So I can do that by also checking for the same thing. I'll just say copy this. Except this one, I don't want it to be 0. I want it to be this one, wall arched. So I have to find which position that it is in. So here it is going to be 2. Now you might have a different one. Maybe you have something else. I don't know. You'll have to check them. And the number here is corresponding to the number we need. So here I'm going to make sure it's not equal to 2. Then if it is, or if it's not equal to 2, meaning I'm on a floor and I'm not on a wall, then I will add the monster. So to do that, I'll say monster temp dot position is equal to vector 3 at x position at position, let's say 3, just so it kind of starts in the air, and then z position. Then we'll say monster temp dot player is equal to get node player, because we need to assign the player to our monster, right? Because before we have exported it. Let's just close this. So remember here we had it exported, but now we need to assign it manually to the code. Okay, so now we need to actually add the monster to our scene. So that's not too hard. We can over here we can say get node monsters we go dot add child monster temp. All right, so there we go. Now we will pray that this does not crash because we added a while loop. So hopefully this works out nicely. All right, here we go. We have not crashed, and we have some monsters that have been added to our game, and none of them are in the wall. So obviously all of them were added to this side. That might be because the positioning was over here. You can change the range that they get spawned in right here, right? Depending on what you want for the X and Y position, it really is up to you. I just did -40 to 40. I think that will cover a wide range. It might be more, it might be less. I'm not 100% sure. Actually, no, that should cover most of it. So here you can see that this is 30, and this is around -30, probably on the other side, etc. So this should cover the entire map that we have. And it will only spawn 10 monsters in our map. Okay, so that is how we make sure that things don't spawn in our walls. We make sure that they spawn in our map, etc. So, and it's a relatively randomized position, so it's pretty neat. All right, so that is it for this section. I believe we're done, but we'll find out. Congratulations on completing this course. The course was not very easy, pretty long, but we got through it, and good job. So we actually created a pretty neat game in the end. We have a relatively good working player with a monster and an inventory system that's pretty neat, and all that good stuff. So congratulations, completed this course, and pat yourself on the back. All right, so now what do we do next? What is the next step? Well, first of all, I'll just kind of encourage you to check out my channel, of course, and hit that sub button there. But what else? What else can I offer you to help you along? Well, I have weekly challenges, and the point of the weekly challenges is in terms of practice. So this is kind of you going forward. You need to probably practice. If you want to learn Godot or game development, you will probably need to practice. Now, I offer free weekly challenges. Every Sunday, I'll be offering and sending out a weekly challenge, and the next week, I'll be sending out the solution to that challenge. So every week, I'll essentially send out the challenge and the solution to the previous week, right? So I've been doing this for about 3 months now, and everybody has been enjoying it on my channel so far, so I'm going to keep doing it for a while. To access it, all you need to do is join my email list or my Patreon as well. The email list is completely free, so all you need to do is just hit subscribe, and you will be added to the email list for that. And yeah, that's it. So what else can you do? Well, of course, there are courses as well. I have several other courses on my website that you can check out. Some are free, some are paid. But of course, you can also access all of it if you're a membership, or if you buy a membership, sorry. So definitely check that out as well. Now, the advantages of my courses specifically is that I try to structure my courses slightly differently than many other people might. And it's more specific in the sense that I split it up into kind of 2 or 3 different sections. The first section is essentially teaching you the concept and idea of what we're going to do and what we're going to learn to apply. Then in the middle, I give you an assignment, and that assignment will hopefully help you guide you into creating the game that we need to make. And then the third section, or the second part of that course, will be kind of like what we just did in this course, where I kind of just do a follow along, a code along tutorial, where you follow me and we'll kind of look through the solution of doing the assignment and the project together. So if you're interested in that sort of format, definitely check it out on my channel. I have a few courses up for free, and I have a few courses up that are paid. Definitely check it out, and hopefully I'll see you guys around.